Oh, I see. I see a special guest waiting to be added to the stream.
Ah, yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is one for the books. We are joined by a very special guest.
What's up?
Not much, Faith Vickers. How are you doing?
No, it's not spooky weeb trash chat. God.
It's not spooky.
Jesus Christ.
She does side quest on Fridays. That's Magaga Morscar's show where they play D&D.
Now, I didn't think this was happening because, my special friend who totally is not me, but just created a new Twitter account, specifically said to Faith Vickers, there is a debate lords happening, and I believe Faith responded with something along the lines of, I don't usually do shows.
I usually don't. I mostly answer through DMs and stuff like that because of scheduling with being a single parent and everything.
Takes a lot of time out of your schedule. Can't confirm as a parent.
Yeah. But it also aligned with his bedtime, so I have a little bit of free time.
Well, thank you very much for your patience. We had a longer than expected wind-up time to bringing you on.
I understand.
But, it's all in aid of creating the most quality debate lords we could possibly assemble as amateurs who have no idea what the hell we're doing.
So I'm glad that you were able to find the time while taking care of Gator Randy Zidane Ralph Jr.
No joke, he's been called Gator Jr. now probably at least 5 times by everyone in the household now.
Oh, poor kid.
But I was
He's gonna wonder why he has that nickname in 10 years.
It's gonna stick.
But
it's gonna stick.
I read on Twitter.
I feel it. No, I feel it. It's gonna stick.
But I read on Twitter. I was assured by someone with the credibility of a blue checkmark that absolutely positively did not happen.
But it's not true.
It's not true. So
I know. I'm just apparently a lying whore that can't ever say anything right.
That's a horrible thing to say about someone who, like, you wanted to become a parent with.
Most normal people would say so. But I don't think the particular person in question is a normal person. So
that's kind of the sort of understanding that some of us here have come to understanding by degrees over a length of time. But so Gator's a bit more familiar with the story because I don't think we ever really had any interaction whatsoever. Well,
see, I remember only one interaction with you, and it was a story that wasn't really like, I guess Ralph didn't ever really talk about it, but he had that one time where I think you guys were doing like a Patreon episode or something, and before you started recording.
R&R or like an R&R or something.
Yeah, something like that. And so before it started recording, he gave me his headphones and microphone.
Oh, I did briefly say hi to you. Yes, yeah, I remember.
And we talked for like 5 minutes or something, and he yanked the headphones off my head.
Wow.
And got very frustrated because I was laughing. Because I was laughing at the fact that another man was talking to me.
So we're just making like idle chit chat, and like,
yeah,
I'm a married man with children, and I'm just making idle chit chat with the like de facto, for want of a better word, of a business associate, and that actually put him in like a sort of like little peak of jealousy.
That got his gourd.
Jesus, I didn't even know. I had no fucking idea.
Because he basically got me to like be quiet as he yanked it off my head, and then kind of like shooed me out of the room afterwards.
Jesus Christ! Yeah.
That's the only interaction that I like clearly remember.
Wow. Well, I didn't even know that was going to be a fun little story. I was just leading into the fact that like Gator actually knows the deets, so I was gonna let him lead the interview. But wow, what a little tidbit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many instances like that.
Well, I think we dropped the biggest bombshell last time. Was the story of what happened.
Oh, throwing
that
pregnant
night in
women into
September.
car doors, yeah.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Now I did have to update one thing because I got the timeline slightly incorrect. He didn't, as I corrected on post, and Faith also corrected. He didn't drag her by her neck that night. That happened on a completely different night, but still actually happened.
Yeah, no. That night he dragged me by my arm. Because basically what was happening, at least on my side, was, like I said on Twitter, we were going over to celebrate his birthday. And I was under the impression that this was like a co-birthday trip because our birthdays are only like 3 days apart. So that's what my impression was, that this was for both of us. It was a nice couple's vacation.
And under normal circumstances, it would have been.
No, I'm glad that worked out.
Oh, yeah, no, it beautifully worked out. And so as we're driving to Virginia Beach is when we start kind of putting things together about like pregnancy symptoms and stuff like that, because we hadn't been thinking about it, because he fucking told me that he thought he was infertile. So
what would ever give the fat man any sort of inkling that he might be infertile?
He kept saying, literally, because of course, as soon as I got out of the hospital, I was like, I want to be on birth control. I'm not mentally capable of being a mom right now. We need to do something. Well, Ralph doesn't like condoms. So instead of just going and driving to get me some birth control,
and
he's
by the way,
nah.
that's not just her saying that. Ralph has famously said that numerous times on the kill stream.
Well, he's also said like, well, he's made recent claims that like the Ralph seed is strong. So that's what he's boasting on his like blue check verified Twitter. But he was getting paranoid that he was infertile. But I also love how he pulled that trick on you. I'm not driving you to the store to get birth control. Why don't you walk? It's not even hot outside.
Yeah, no, I didn't even have a license, which is something that like I don't think a lot of people know, is I didn't have a fucking license to even drive myself anywhere. So Ralph was like, I guess my chauffeur in that sense, is I needed him to drive me everywhere. So no birth control, nothing like that. And
so you were just completely at his mercy at that time.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it was complete financial control and emotional, physical. Like, it was like I was like a live-in slave almost. And so as we're driving, I talk about like, I've been feeling nauseated and I've been sleeping a lot more, which I think he even brought up to you that like I was even acting a bit more weird than normal because I've always had kind of like weirdness when it's come to my health. And so as we're driving, we're using his THC vape pen, and he snatched it out of my hand and said, "Oh, save it for when we get there." I was like, "Okay, that's weird." And then as soon as we get to the hotel, he insists that I take a pregnancy test so that he doesn't get scared. I didn't think I was pregnant. I genuinely didn't think so. I thought like it was just some weirdness with my body. Until I don't think nobody actually knows the story of how he took me to go get my pregnancy test. He took me to the nearest Walgreens, and I immediately remembered that, you know, I'm supposed to get the pink dye test because it shows clearer or something. I grab it, he pays for it, and then he sends me into the fucking Walgreens bathroom and tells me to take the test in there.
Oh, wait,
the most classy.
So he dragged you to a fucking Walgreens.
The most classy way to get a pregnant test. Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't want to like go back to the hotel or something. He wanted to immediately go over to Digi and May's house and didn't want to be stopped. So he made me take it in the Walgreens bathroom.
You know,
And
I've recounted this story. Sorry to interrupt there, but I've
No
literally
problem.
walked into a public bathroom where an event like this obviously took place. I went into a look. I take no shame in this, but like you don't see too many people in wheelchairs, so I tend to beeline to the handicap bathroom. And
Yeah.
it's got more space. And I go in there, I find 2 positive pregnancy tests in the sink, piss everywhere, an empty bottle of water, and 2 Monster Energy drinks. I'm like, yeah, okay.
didn't
I
even
put
get
my
water.
fucking detective hat on, and I said, "Gee, I wonder what happened in here."
Well, and
It's like Gandalf walking into Moria. I have no memory of this place.
well, he didn't even give me water. I had to drink water like with my hand out of the sink to try and get myself to take the
A
test.
bottle of water, you did, like
He didn't
just
even-
lap up from the sink until you build up. Oh my
Now, there's another story too. So Rand, I don't know if you've heard this one yet, but when Ralph picked up Faith when she flew over to Virginia to DC, here's a funny story. So she greeted him with her brother's shoes. Those were like the first shoes she could find. Now get this. The entirety of her time with Ralph,
I wore those shoes.
he never once. Remember, she said that like she was pretty much dependent on him completely and entirely.
Well,
Ralph
was
never
that by
once
design?
bought her
though?
a new pair of shoes.
Was that by design? Like, did he like actually like do that thing where like he basically forces you into being reliant on you?
Yes, yeah. He would make promises like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll help you get your license," or "Oh, don't worry, I'll help you get like a job here." Never once actually actively helped me. Never once set me up to do that stuff. Like for the driving, you can't get your license unless you go to the DMV, you get your permit, and then you do a certain amount of hours with somebody over the age who is licensed. So I had to rely on him for certain things, especially when I came out of the psych ward because I didn't have a phone, I didn't have a laptop, I wasn't allowed online, I wasn't allowed communication with my parents.
What?
Or any of my friends. I mean, shit. Like I was completely isolated at that point. I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't even talk to my parents, which sucked because he
All
kept
of this-
feeding us lies.
I love how Ralph actually became that thing that like feminist activists like Gloria Allred like accuse all men of
Yeah,
being
no,
like.
exactly. He became that monster that they put up. But well, and so that wasn't the only shoe incident though.
Oh god.
So I had the shoes, my brother's shoes, and they were already
just to set the scene right. You have just turned 18 and he is 34.
Mhm.
And he's
Yes.
exhibiting this controlling behavior, isolating you from your family.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to make sure
Just
that
to
is
keep
clarified
setting,
at
yeah.
this part of the story. Yeah. So
Yeah,
took
so-
please
a
continue.
girl. He took a girl that literally had 5 months, had just turned 18. So she wasn't even half a year into her
Well, so-
18th year.
That was the 5 months thing. That's when he first started DMing me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
He took her, right, and brought her into his folds.
yeah.
And then we're talking like
Took her into her folds. That
You were-
did not slip
Yeah.
past me.
right. And he's flying her across the country away from her parents, where he knows that she'll be completely and absolutely isolated and have nowhere to turn to. He has access to all of her her accounts and her phone and all of that stuff. He's blocked like Kiwi Farms and shit on the router.
He also one thing I didn't know until I confirmed with some people that I used to be friends with. I had a group of friends like that I actively had talked to a lot of the time, and that I was really close with, and probably the closest friends like I had, I guess, internet wise. And so when the revenge porn came out, they all didn't know what the fuck was going on, obviously. And so when I was in the hospital, I asked Ralph, can you please DM my friends? Can you tell them that you were hacked? Because again, I thought he was hacked, like the moron I was. And I said, can you tell them like what's going on?
Iranian super hackers?
Yeah. I said, can you tell them about the Iranian super hackers and you know, like give them an explanation for why I'm not answering them, because obviously I couldn't answer anybody in the fucking hospital. And instead, he never DM'd any of them. Never got any messages to them. So they all thought that I straight out ignored them and refused to answer them. And so he basically ruined all my friendships and isolated me from my friends too.
Have you been able to like pick back up sticks with that?
Most of them. There's some of them who have basically said, you know, because of everything that they don't want to associate, because they just don't want to get dragged into all of it. And I totally understand.
Oh, also
that.
you're not cool anymore because like you're an 18-year-old single mom, right? You know, fun to hang out with.
More so, they don't want to deal with the backlash of Ralph.
So like literally the fact that like if they exhibit any sign of being your friend, like they might find themselves targeted harassment.
And I frankly don't blame them for that, just because like I've experienced obviously firsthand all this shit. And so I don't really necessarily blame them, because a lot of them were my age and, you know, had their own issues. So I didn't drag or pressure anyone. But some of them have totally forgiven me and we've gotten past it. But it wasn't just this isolation of, oh, Faith's parents are abusive. Oh, they're bad people. He isolated me from them. He isolated me from my brothers. My oldest brother had actually put together a letter for me. And it was a letter from him, from one of my best friends. And then a couple more of my best friends that I had known since like elementary school, and sent it to me. I never got that letter. I didn't even know it existed until I came home and my brother asked me if I ever got it, because Ralph threw it away.
Ralph intercepted a letter from your best friend and threw it away.
My best friends and my brother.
Now, funny enough, like out of all the shit he's done, that one might actually be one of the more serious. Interference with the mail is actually a federal. That is a federal offense.
He did it too with 2 packages from my grandma's too, that were birthday gifts.
So you're telling me he committed multiple felonies with mail interference? Like,
yes.
like
and
the thing is, like the laws on this haven't changed
either.
since like the 19th century. Like they take mail fraud very fucking seriously. Like Ralph Ralph committed three felonies.
Oh, not 3. He also did it with a parent. Something my parents sent me. Because my mom and my dad, after they came back home, sent me the letter that I think was posted later on, where they were basically sharing their grievances with my decision to go back to Ralph. But they also had sent a shirt with it that had a Martha Washington quote that basically said, like, a woman's only as strong as the man she stands next to, or something like that. Obviously a dig at Ralph, but he threw that away too.
By the way, speaking of Ralph, has he passed out, or does someone want to inform him that, no, in fact, the casino is not closed? Casino is open. Casino is open right now, buddy boy.
I thought they said they were rescheduling their show till this weekend.
Well, Ralph takes any opportunity to claim a fake W.
True.
Any examples spring to mind of like that sort of behavior that you observe?
Oh,
like
yeah.
when he's just
Totally.
clearly getting shat on, and he's like, "No, I'm actually winning."
Yeah, no, that happened a lot, especially in person, because I know a lot of people think like this is a character, right? Like Ralph's a character and he plays it up.
No, he's not. He's not smart enough to have a character. It's just him.
Yeah. No. This is him. In and out, this is him. In person, it's so much worse. So
when did that dawn on you? Because obviously, like you must have been under some
Yeah,
some misapprehensions. That's not the right word. What's the word?
misconceptions.
Misconceptions. Thank you.
Yeah, so pretty much for the first, like, I guess, part of us dating online was the love bombing phase, where he just kept, saying, oh, I love you so much and I want a family with you and I want to have my kids with you.
Yeah.
And just
see, that interestingly corresponds conveniently to after he released the revenge porn and seemed to be terrified of going to jail.
Oh,
then
no,
all of
he
a sudden,
did this before too.
Oh, was it before too?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I have like the WhatsApp messages and stuff of like all the times he love bombed me. Just still saved. Even though I've blocked him,
keeping
I
that
can
in the
see
back
it.
pocket.
I mean, I don't have really anything too scandalous except for me being 18 and acting like an 18-year-old girl would if they're dating somebody, and him weirdly acting like he's the same age as I was.
No, I remember being 18. I can't confirm.
It's kind of cringy when you're dating someone at that age. I don't know why a 34-year-old man reacted the way that he did.
Oh, I know why. Like this is a bit of a recollection. There's a famous Australian poet, Henry Lawson. He also wrote some prose. One of the things he wrote about quite strongly condemning is the fact that older men should not interfere with like younger women, because he goes like an older man knows how to manipulate.
Exactly, yeah.
He knows how to manipulate a younger woman. He knows all the beats to hit. Like a young man and a young woman, they're going through that process of discovery. It's exploitation when an older man hits all the beats.
When you're a young man, let's be honest, the younger women have caught on a lot quicker than you have, so they're just running you through the fucking woodwork.
Yeah, no, I mean, if I could see some examples at some point, I'd have to log into my computer to get them. But one example that can come to mind, though, of him basically boosting himself up more than he is, especially in a time where he's getting shit, was the first time that we met Digibro, May, Riley, and Mint. And that would have been that picture that he posted of them, where Riley's doing the salute and stuff, and they're all at his desk. That was the first time we met them, or at least I had met them. From my understanding, it was the first time he met them in person, too. And so we're sitting there, having dinner and everything, and Riley starts kind of talking him up, and Ralph starts going off saying, oh, I'm certain people in the Trump administration have heard my show. Without, any irony, without any sense of humor, deadpan serious. He thought someone in the Trump administration had watched his show, known about him, liked him enough, without any evidence.
That's highly ironic, because his new Lord and Master Nick Fuentes was actually the direct result of people in the Trump administration getting fired because they were found out listening to his show.
It was just absolute, unhinged narcissism. I brushed it off as a joke at the time because,
nobody could. That's the thing about Ralph.
Yeah, and then you find out. You find out it's never a joke. It's never a fucking joke.
No, it wasn't until I got back home and I'm looking back at all these instances and I'm like, oh fuck, that wasn't a joke. He meant that full on and full stop. He meant every single word of how great he is and how much he lived up to his own hype.
So what does he think about himself then? When he describes himself,
he goes back and forth. He thinks that he is an actual celebrity, not even an e-celebrity. He thinks he's an actual celebrity.
What would happen if his blue check disappeared tomorrow? Would that?
Oh, he'd break down. Oh, he would break down.
It's that important.
That is. I mean,
that is sacrosanct to him.
This shit is so important to him that he decided to choose the show over Xander when I was pregnant. I mean, that was a really shitty thing that happened. Actually, when I came back home, I was still messaging Ralph, and my parents knew at that time that I was messaging him because I was trying to figure out some sort of co-parenting situation, or just be friendly, or try and work on shit, you know, be like an actual parent and try and find the best solution for my kid. And I was saying, I'm not going to come home until you get over your alcoholism and until May's out of the fucking picture and you get your shit together, you get your anger managed, because I can't trust you right now with a kid.
I'll run this past you. I'm starting my show 3 hours later tomorrow. I know I'm going to, you know, like there may be less super chats because I'm going to my son's soccer match.
Yeah.
Could you see that ever being something Ralph could do?
No. He would pick his show 100% over the time over his kids, whether it be with Xander or Rosie.
That's depressing.
And it's one of the things that made me break down crying to my dad when it happened, because I was so hurt. Like, I can't imagine, because I asked him, say the show went under, say there's no way for you to make money off of it, what are you going to do? Like, you have to go and get a job. And I was actively like trying to encourage him to get like a better job. I was giving him resources to higher education that you can get even with a felony and stuff like that. Basically trying to give him routes and trying to be a good, you know, support system. And instead he told me, I'll do this until I die. If I have to go to jail because I can't pay child support, I'll go to jail. Words. he said, you know, if I can't pay child support, I'll go to jail and stuff like that. And this happened before I even knew the gender. So,
well, that's something that we do intend to get into. I mean, we literally called this show like Debate Lords Child Support Edition. Now,
yeah,
seeing as we're drinking from the tap here, as it were. I've been floating my little theory since the because as aforementioned, like we haven't had any context since the one time we spoke that I had to be reminded of.
Yeah.
I was floating the theory that his announcement about how I've come to an agreement, child support for visitation. Mine was like, no, he got told he was going to go to jail if he didn't start playing.
See, unfortunately, I cannot talk about the case.
Okay.
Because of some of the stipulations. I can totally talk about stories while I was with him. I can
blink
talk about
twice. Just kidding.
Yeah, I can talk about everything besides the case because of, you know, like the agreement and stuff.
By the way, Dingo was one of your, he fell into one of your traps. He went to Discord. It's like, why is everyone in here? Why is everyone muted?
I knew that would happen. No, I see him sitting there, but we're currently 6 afield, and 6 is all you can have on free StreamYard. Does anyone want to take one for the team to let the wild dingo in?
Who wants to bow out?
But I want to keep shit posting.
Don't we all?
Maldrick, are you there?
Actually, we haven't heard from Maldrick for a while.
You might.
That's true.
Uh-oh. Side of life.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
He might be the weakest link.
You are the weakest link.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hi, Dingo.
And he's mute.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Dingo.
Hey, Dingo.
Oi, mate. I can't believe, dude. I cannot believe that Faith is on this call.
I was surprised.
What's up, Faith?
I was fucking surprised.
What's up? Oh my god, no, now that Dingo's here, another memory is low-key coming back. So, it's the one time that I kind of remember any sort of interaction. It was the first night, it was karaoke night. That's what it was. So that would have been the second night that I stayed. And Ralph ended up calling Dingo, I think it was, and talking about how he flew me in and shit, and he wasn't going to get into it on stream, but that I was going to be appearing and stuff. That just came to mind because that night also was a fucking disaster of a night on so many levels. And it just brought it.
I think I remember that.
I just so vaguely remember it because it was such a quick interaction that it has no significance until you put like the whole puzzle together.
And that's an interesting point you're making too, because literally our entire interaction was like one DM.
Yeah.
And it was about the karaoke stream, and that was
Yeah.
it. Like, you really had limited contact with, like, any of the co-hosts. I don't even think you even talked to Bibble once, or at least I don't remember you.
I did talk to Bibble once. And now I've talked to Bibble before I ever talked to you even. And before
Wow.
I even ran away.
Wait, so he was more comfortable with you talking to a black man than he was to a married guy on the other side of the world?
Imagine my shock.
So my first conversation with Bibble, and I stayed quiet the whole time because I didn't know who the fuck he was. But it was when me and Ralph were doing the e-dating thing, the thing that he claims he's never fucking done. And we were watching Get Out, ironically enough.
Wow.
Because it would have had to be like April or something. And I was trying to go through the top 150 horror movies or something, and Get Out is on there. So I was like, oh, I want to watch it. And he pirated it, and he said, oh, I'll
That's a
call
horror,
you.
all right. The black people win.
He said, I'll call you, we'll watch it together. Well, then Bibble had something to say, and he said, okay, I need to talk to my co-host. Do you want to just hop in the call with me? And that's when I joined his Discord. Because he wanted me to, like, for some reason, eavesdrop on his call with Bibble.
All right.
Oh,
And,
so
like,
you were
I'm
allowed to
literally-
talk to Bibble, but not unsupervised?
Yeah, no. I was silent the
Ah.
entire time. Except for saying something like, yeah, no, I have, like, the top 150 horror movies, like, on a spreadsheet. That's all I said. Before he hung up, and we're like, okay, let's go back to watching this movie.
Incredible.
It was so weird to me because I could have waited. I could have just waited in the call on Discord till he got back. But he insisted I sit, like, in that call with him and Bibble, and I had no fucking reason why. So before anyone else knew about me, before anyone else knew that I was a Zoomer girl or the hot 18-year-old girlfriend, which fucking is still cringe to this day, Bibble knew before anyone else. And that's something, like, nobody fucking knew.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, totally.
So it's about Bibble. Now, I'm just curious, does he serve as the same function off air as he does on air, which is basically just a laugh track? Or does he actually have things to say off air?
I have no idea. I mean, I barely paid attention to their conversation because it had something to do with some sort of drama that I was not privy to.
Because, like on air, like Ralph will just speak, and then his programming kicks in like, oh, Massa said something. That's right, Ralph. I just wondered if it was the same way off air or not.
I mean, he laughed a lot of his jokes that weren't really jokes, but that's all I can really remember. Because afterwards, I never talked to Bibble again. It was the same thing. I only ever talked to everyone at least, like, maybe once or twice. And then I basically wasn't allowed to, or I had to show Ralph what I was saying because, I mean, God forbid if I had any agency of my own.
So you have no access to money, no access to transportation, no access to communication with your family or friends, and you need to show the receipts when you even like talk to, like, his, for lack of a better word, business associates.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think there was one other time I DM'd Gator, and that was something about Kiwi Farms and Josh.
And how right they were.
It was something about, like, Josh posting, like, a few seconds after Ralph posted. And I read that off to Ralph because he also had me constantly watch Kiwi Farms. That was the other thing. it wasn't just Ralph who constantly had watched it. He made me watch it. And the only time he stopped making me watch it was when Aid came forward about how he used both of us, and then he never wanted me on there
Blocked
again.
Kiwi Farms from your router.
Then he blocked it from the router.
What?
He told me that Aid was crazy, that she was talking out of her ass, that never happened, that he broke up with her as soon as we went to LA together. And I stupidly believed him because at the time Aid wasn't saying very nice things about me. Since then we've patched shit up because I mean we were both getting manipulated by this fucker. But at the time I put 100% of my trust in him because that's what I was kind of taught, like growing up, not by like my parents or anything, but by like my peers and my teachers and stuff, is that when you're with somebody, you put like 100% trust into them and you commit yourself to them. And so that's what I did. I believed 100% of what he said to me because I was like, oh, he said he loved me. There's no way he could be lying. There's no way.
So when Ralph blocked Kiwi Farms on the router, was he still checking his phone a lot?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was still checking
still
the farms on
checking
his
it.
phone. Okay.
Yeah. He was still allowed to check. I wasn't. Because
Alright.
then
Well, yeah,
then
obviously the
revenge-
block, the like literal router block for Kiwi Farms was not for him.
Yeah. Then the revenge porn happened, and I wasn't even allowed online. I wasn't allowed to
What? Okay, like there's no internet for you.
no internet at all. I was well, okay, no social media, if that makes sense. I was allowed to watch Netflix on his TV, and that was pretty much it. Netflix or drawing videos on YouTube. And then when I did sign into YouTube, I fucking saw he was still signed in on Aid's account. So he still had Aid's YouTube account signed in on his smart TV. And I didn't even address it. I just logged out and I'm like, oh, he probably just forgot. Like, but even
Well, you
then,
were probably trying to convince yourself that it wasn't
Yeah.
true at the time.
and especially at that point when I have no access to anyone else besides him and his mom, it's like, what else am I going to convince myself of? You know?
Let me throw this at you, Faith.
Yeah.
Just because I'm curious.
Yeah.
So you said that you weren't like allowed social media and all that. What would happen hypothetically if you broke those rules?
He'd kick me out.
Okay.
He threatened to on multiple occasions that if I went against anything he said, that he'd basically throw me to the side, even after we found out I was pregnant. He said that. One of the things that I very clearly remember was after my parents sent me my emergency phone for my birthday, because, you know, they wanted to basically, they knew what was going to happen. And I thank God every day that my parents had the foresight to understand that this was going to go down a bad road, to send me that emergency phone and to basically manipulate Ralph into letting me keep it. Because at first he wasn't going to let me keep it. At first he was going to throw it away. But they said, you know, oh, we'll pay for the first 2 months of texting. And that's what got him to let me keep it.
Really?
Was that they paid for the
That's
2
how they
months.
broke the Great Wall of Ralph, by like saying,
Yeah.
but listen here, fat man, you won't have to pay for it.
Pretty much, yeah. And
Fucking-
it was that, and that I set up the rule that he could set up a parental overlook app on my phone so that he could basically see everything I typed. I still don't know if he fucking did it. I don't know if that was just like a scare tactic or whatever. But I mean, it worked because I let him see all my texts all the time. He saw every text between me and my dad, between me and my mom, between me and my brothers, between one of my friends that I had reconnected with, because at the time my brother had my old phone. So I asked him, can he send the contacts from my phone to me so that I can reach out to the people that I had numbers for. And he told me as soon as, because I had one friend who was a man.
Oh no.
And I had one, oh no, yeah. And I had this friend since freshman year. And he told me if anything happened, like what happened with Kerr, which is, you know, something else, that if anything like that happened again, he'd kick me out. He wouldn't let me. He'd take the phone, and he basically just leave me on the streets.
Now,
Okay.
I
Even if that
understand, like,
happened, though, your
you're...
parents would be there.
So well, here's the thing, though.
Yeah, no.
This is something I was going to hit on just a second ago, which is that, so you're freshly minted 18. You know, like naive,
I'm sorry.
and you're subjected to like this really intense, you know, like sort of like psyoping, for want of a better word. So, like at this point, it obviously doesn't occur to you like just how many like things would swing into motion for you if you were to like to pick up the phone and like even call like the local PD and say, like, I'm a prisoner in my own home, please help me.
Well, and the cops came by.
Did they just?
Occasion.
Okay.
Yeah, no. They're after the revenge porn, and after I came out of the psych ward, a welfare check came by. One that Ralph never posted about, shockingly enough. And this involved the police officer that would later be the SVU detective who helped me through the revenge porn case, Miss Alexandra Davila, who is a fucking saint. I love her. She came by with her partner and basically asked, oh, your father called. He had some concerns about your safety and that you were under influence of drugs and stuff like that. Are you okay? And then they started asking about the revenge porn. She could tell something was fishy, but she didn't push me because Ralph was literally like right on the other side. And so they did come. But before Ralph let me outside the house, he told me, like, specifically, watch what you say.
Before Ralph let me outside the house is not a thing I was prepared to hear today, but
I never went outside either. Literally, I never even got to go outside for probably the first 2 months of my pregnancy. As soon as I got pregnant, he didn't let me go, and he wouldn't let me, like, he'd take trips to DC and stuff, and he wouldn't take me along.
If you were to prognosticate on this, what do you think he was afraid of?
He claimed, and this is going to sound fucking great to everyone, he claimed he was scared of COVID and me getting COVID while pregnant.
Well,
that was
but
his excuse.
Did you get COVID though?
Nope, I have.
Okay, Ralph Amell wins.
No, she what she's getting now is co-payments.
Co-visits.
he claimed COVID, and even after my dad talked to him, my dad was like, "Dude, there's studies on pregnant women that even if they get COVID, it doesn't affect the baby. Like, you're fucking blowing it out of proportion." He still wouldn't let me out. Claiming that it was just too risky.
Without this context, like there were people going like, "Oh, your dad sounds crazy. Your dad sounds like controlling and nuts." But no one had any of this context about what was actually going on. Like, your dad actually just sounds like a parent. It's just like, holy shit! Like a fucking psychopath has his tentacles wrapped around my daughter.
Exactly. No. Well, and so the other thing that Ralph did basically is the only time he let me outside the house was the night that I left. And that was the night that he went to DC for the Trump rallies with me and May. And he tried to do the three-way shit.
Oh, boy. Well, I suppose we're going to have to get into that at some point. Because everyone likes salacious material.
Oh, yeah, no, that was... I can't even express that night. Because...
Are you sure you can't express that night?
I can. It just takes a while for my slow brain, my potato brain to...
Oh, that's right. We can't get a drunk... Sorry, team. We can't get a drunk yet. She's not 21.
One more month and I'm 21.
Has Ralph ever furnished you with alcohol?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, do you even need to ask?
Well, has he ever furnished you with cocaine? Because, like...
No, I never did anything besides THC, so weed, and alcohol.
What was he doing?
Anytime I was around, pretty much strictly weed and alcohol, because I discouraged the whole idea of like cocaine and Molly and acid and shit like that because
it's weird. My wife has never had to discourage my cocaine usage.
No, normal people don't have to do that. But and sorry if my audio kind of dropped a bit.
No, you're coming through great. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So he did try to convince me once to take acid, and I told him no because I had really severe anxiety, and so I was like, you know what, acid and anxiety probably don't mix well. So I'm just not going to do it.
Your instincts were probably right on that one, yeah.
Yeah, but he kept like trying to bully me into doing it because May did it. May did Molly. May did acid. How come I couldn't do it?
Oh, she was the fun one. Okay.
Yeah, she was the fun one.
Were you pregnant at the time when he wanted you to do acid?
No, that was
Okay.
After I got pregnant. That's when he wouldn't let me do anything. He wouldn't even let me see if I could ask the OBGYN if I could have certain antidepressants.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead first. Finish your thing.
So my first OBGYN appointment, obviously we had together. That's where he got the ultrasound pictures of my, I think it was 8 weeks. And so I was asking about antidepressants because I was experiencing pregnancy-related depression. And I already have my own mental issues that everybody is well aware of.
Oh, no, he went well out of his way to make sure, like, you know, once you managed to, like, escape the rape dungeon.
Yeah. So I had to go on basically the lowest form of antidepressants, but they gave me the wrong antidepressants, too. They gave me Celexa, which you're not supposed to prescribe to anyone under the age of 24. Oh. But because the doctor saw Ralph with his gray hair,
oh my God,
I was old enough without looking at my documents.
Wow.
Oh no.
Which is also how he got around the carding issue in DC whenever we'd like go to Harry's bar. Whenever we'd go to Harry's bar, they'd never card me and they'd just serve me because he had fucking gray hair.
Is everyone just fucking checked out and retarded on the seaboard?
Yeah.
I was about to say, did you really have to answer that question?
Yeah, no, it was a rhetorical question at heart, really.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a way for him to get around anything, basically. There was one, I feel so bad. There was one night we were at Harry's bar, and this older woman who's probably like in her 40s or something is concerned because she sees me drunk out of my mind. And at this point where like I'm about to pass out and you know, I'm like blacked out almost at that point. And she's concerned because I look young. And she asks Ralph how old I am. And he says something so retarded in return. He says, "You're only as old as the women you date."
Oh, that's it. Yeah, well, he didn't even come up with that quote unquote banger.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're only as old as the women you feel. Yeah, no.
And that lady walks over to the phone and is just like, "Hello, police."
Oh no, that's when Ralph like rushed me out to the hotel
because he knew that lady probably called the cops.
Confucius say, "Young woman who stay in house with old man soon feel old age creeping on."
Yeah, no, he
checked the Amber Alerts.
Yeah, you know, he supplied me with copious amounts of alcohol. Like I said, I was blacked out on multiple occasions.
Well, that was one of the first things. Like after I left the show. One of the first conversations we had was about the fact that, like, because I asked you, I was like, did he keep you drunk, like, all the fucking time? And you were like, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, like, I gotta ask, like, what?
Pregnant,
Gator, like, why am I the guy who fucking quit first?
Yeah, that's a very good, well, a lot of it has to do with the fact that, I don't know, I thought Ralph was my friend for the longest time.
Oh, you got manipulated too, didn't you?
Yeah, no, he made everyone his victim, basically.
Victims?
Well, I wouldn't call myself a victim necessarily.
Okay, victim in the sense of he manipulated, if that makes sense.
I mean, I was definitely manipulated, you know. The threats of my personal information coming out on the internet
Yeah.
was enough to keep my mouth shut.
Hmm.
And then
Yeah,
the dumbass
oh,
finally
he-
did it, and then I had no leverage over me anymore.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean that's the thing. Yeah, like once you actually blow your leverage, you've blown your leverage because he did.
And
He took out your financials. He doxed you. He put out your address. Commissioned that like literal federal asset and convicted pedophile. Fucking what's his name? Gordo. Fucking I can't fucking remember. Zoom.
Gordo Linguizzi.
To go after you. And then because he's so fucking lazy and retarded, he didn't even bother to watch the hit video he commissioned before hitting play on it. So the last 5 minutes of it was him just shitting on Ralph, the guy
Getting
who paid
shit
him.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy who paid him to make it, just getting shit on.
I thought
Yeah,
his name
no,
was Corey Barnhill.
I mean, and
Yes, convicted pedophile and federal asset Corey Barnhill. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, no. And
Well, I don't know if he was convicted. He was.
No,
Self-admitted
that
to
was-
looking.
There was a thing. I saw some docs getting dropped. Look, I can't pull it up like out of my ass right now, but I saw some stuff. I saw some documents with the name Corey Barnhill on it. But yeah, go ahead.
He was convicted in the court of public opinion at the very least.
Yeah. Well, and that wasn't just something like he limited to online.
Wow,
people.
Ralph hanging out with another pedophile. Sorry, I just realized I should probably remark upon that at some point. What another pedophile? Like we just played him hanging out with Shaggett, self-admitted
Oh,
like
not just
child
that.
rapist.
Oh, he knew about Shaggett too in LA.
Well, he
That's
knew
something
before
that-
that came out. Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he knew before the stream. He claims that he first found out on his stream that Shaggett did shit that was weird with underage girls. No. He knew in LA. I don't know if he was too drunk to just remember, but when we were in LA, obviously I was staying during his big LA trip with Dick Masterson, and I was in the house. And so Shaggett was on the show and in person and stuff, and he stayed afterwards. And he starts just talking about it in detail, like saying, I slept with a 13-year-old when I was 19. And I start freaking out because, one,
I'm glad someone had a human response.
Yeah, no.
So wait.
I was-
He said he was 19. The story, he changed it later to be 18. So he was
No,
actually
he-
19.
He was trying to dial it in. He was trying to dial
He was trying to dial it down to make it sound less bad. Holy shit.
Yeah, no. How I remember it, and my memory is a little fuzzy because alcohol and marijuana at the time, not a good combination. But I remember at least enough to remember holding on to Ralph because I was holding on to his hand because I was shaking because that kind of shit triggered me because I went through my own experience at that age, age range. I was 14.
Hang on, did Ralph know about that before he love bombed you?
Yep.
So he
He knew
specifically
100%.
targeted someone who he knew was a victim of molestation.
You know, and
Just when I thought this couldn't get any fucking better. Can we just shoot him? Like legally and with due process, can we just shoot him?
well, and here's the worst part is when Shaggett's telling the story, I'm clearly having a response to it that isn't good. And I'm trying to get Ralph's attention to basically like say, tell him to knock it off. And he just keeps staring and listening and laughing. And I'm like, what the And then Shaggett starts annoying Ralph because he starts going on about his
that's literally like Shaggett is literally acid. Like he annoys. Like it's impossible for him to. Like that,
So-
then, like I'm sorry, I know you're telling a story, but I just have to point out the hilarity of that statement. And then Shaggett began annoying people.
Yeah.
Like,
No. He started annoying Ralph because he kept pushing him about his poli-sci degree.
oh,
And he's
shit.
like, oh, how much about politics or something retarded like that. And he's just going on and on and on. And Ralph basically tells him to shut up and that he doesn't care. He's an entertainer. And that his poli-sci degree means nothing to him. And he's like, I'm an entertainer first because look what I get to do. I get to fly to LA. I get to bang 18-year-olds.
Oh, like you said, like he's literally convinced that like he's a like legit celebrity.
Yeah, he's convinced he's still a celebrity. And then he said something like, I could snort coke off her ass if I wanted to. It was
Wait,
like
whose ass?
me.
He was telling that to somebody else in front of you?
To shag it, yeah. And technically in
Oh.
front of Dick.
Oh,
and
like
Dick's
that's
girlfriend.
definitely the person you want to say that to. You definitely want to say that to Shaggy.
Oh yeah, after my very dramatic response.
Yeah, like after he's just admitted that he's a kid diddler. He's like,
Yeah.
hey, you know, like once you finished up with that 13-year-old, you want to do some rails of coke off the ass of the girl who I knew was a molestation victim and is deliberately manipulated into like becoming my like fucking like live-in house slave.
No, she was way too old for Chagget at that point. He'd be like,
Yeah, no,
she's old.
Chag couldn't get it up
18.
for that.
Oh, and I did promise.
Well, that's what
one
the cocaine's for. Sorry.
Sorry, I did promise one person I'd tell this story because it's not publicly known.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
While at Dick's house, Dick was having like some barbecue or something, and so I remember Vito was there. I remember.
Oh, great. Oh, let's add another fucking child predator to the mix. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Vito, I don't think Vito is a predator. I think Vito is an attention.
No, but I think
Mr.
That's
Mr.
exactly
Girl
what
is possible.
Flamingo says.
No, I think
Mr. Girl is sus.
I
But
think
Vito is just copying Mr. Girl.
Vito
Dude,
would
Gator,
Vito
no,
would
don't
rape a
die on
child
that
if
hill.
he could get away with it. He's just too scared.
Yeah. Well, so Vito was there. Dick was there. Dick's girlfriend was there, and then like some of their friends were scattered around. And so everyone's laughing and talking. And so I was sitting down, and I was drinking, and Ralph came behind me and kissed the top of my head, and then wrapped his arm around my neck, like kind of to hug me from behind. But so what ended up happening is he tried to sit on the chair next to me, and he sat down too hard, and the chair fucking broke underneath him. And it was one of those chairs with the weaved bottom, so he fell through after the legs broke off, but he took me down with him. So his arm was wrapped around. His arm was almost chokehold wrapped around my neck, and he wouldn't let go of me until somebody came to help him up. And Dick said somebody helped the man up because nobody wanted to help him up.
So wait,
What a perfect metaphor for the relationship.
Oh no, this is just too perfect. So he falls through a chair, drags you down in a chokehold. Dax Herrera, hero amongst men, says somebody help that man.
Yup. And then fucking Dick Dax, whatever, he starts trying to make excuses. He's like, oh no, my nephews broke the chair, before you even got here or something.
No wonder.
He's trying to make Ralph feel better about the fact that his fat ass broke a chair.
Yeah, no wonder. After years of this shit, no wonder Dick's arm broke into a million pieces, and he just had to leave. Once the bowling alley started turning into another disaster.
You remember that part on Shallow Hal where Hal still thinks that what's her name is skinny, and she flattens the chair, and he goes, "What are these brittle things made out of?" And the dude was like, "Stainless steel."
Well, and my favorite part was this was at the end of the week. We had been sitting in this chair rotation wise.
Oh, metal fatigue.
Nobody broke the chair before this. It wasn't until he was so drunk that he couldn't control himself sitting down too hard.
Did he do a flop, or was he just sitting down normally and this was the last straw?
I just know that. I mean, he was sitting down normally. He went down. He went down.
I hear another consequence of Ralph's actions.
Oh, Grandma, cut it out.
Happy accidents.
No, baby. You can't get mean to a baby. It's that no. Well,
But
he'll be raised in a loving home.
I'm mean to mine, dude. I almost kicked mine's ass today. I don't know about you.
Oh, mine was
He is-
mine was mouthing off to me while we were going shopping. I told him to pull his head in.
See, I'm happy he's at the baby age. I'm not so happy about the toddler stage.
Oh,
If
dude,
he
you have
starts
no
if he
idea.
starts
You have
lifting
no
those
idea.
little index fingers and saying "fuck you, bitch,"
Oh my god.
At least he's a very happy baby. He's way louder when he's happy than like when he's upset. So that's already a good sign.
that's not bad.
Mine tells me everything is his. Like he'll come grab something and he'll be like, "That's mine." I'm like, "No, that's literally mine. I just bought it yesterday. Like, what are you doing?"
Oh no,
this-
he'll
want
try to
that.
take everything I eat. Like
This-
if I'm eating dinner or something, he looks at me and starts like trying to grab anything he can off my plate.
Now mine's in
Well,
the bloody.
that's
Mine's in
he
the
may have gotten that
anti-vaxxer.
one genetically, unfortunately.
See, I can't tell which side though, because I mean, not to be mean to my dad.
Ouch.
Huh, Mr. Vickers, more like Mr. Snickers.
Oh, what? Oh, Jesus, Gator. All right.
I'm just playing.
No,
I love Mr.
I had
Vickers.
mine.
like
I had
Mr.
mine the other day because we'll go on present shopping for some friends of ours who were like having a birthday soon. Went out to the restaurant. Even had dessert. It was nice. Like it's nice. You go out to a restaurant, then do some birthday shopping, and then have dessert. It was nice. But the boy, God, he was getting bloody cheeky, and he's at that age, and we're going into Kmart. He's going, Dad, I want to go see the Nerf guns again. That's what he like. He loves Nerf guns. So like the whole house is filled with plastic ordnance at this stage. So we go and look at the. I said we're just looking, and I didn't even have my card on me at my time because I've just got a new phone and I'd forgotten to put my my new card in the sleeve. And I said, look, I literally can't buy anything. We're not going to buy anything, and even if I wanted to, I could. Immediately goes and picks out a Nerf shotgun and goes, Dad, I'm buying this. Yeah, with what? With your money? No, you buy it. No, I'm not buying it, and I can't buy it. Well, Mum will buy it. All right, look, at this point, I'd had enough because he'd already been a cheeky little monkey. I put that back. Why? Because I told you to put it back. I don't want to put it back. You put that back right now because I told you to. So what if I don't? I said, well, I'll fucking kick you, I'll fucking put my boot up your ass. He was like, okay.
Like that's some shit I've at least experienced with like my younger brothers since I'm the oldest and I have 4 younger brothers. So I've seen them all go through the same stages. It's just always different things that they want. Like my oldest brother, he wanted robotics and science stuff. The second oldest wanted gaming stuff. The third wanted what was it? I'm trying to remember. He was really into like Mickey Mouse and stuff. The youngest though, my youngest brother is fucking terrifying. He loves like all the like kids horror games. So like Five Nights at Freddy's, Huggy Wuggy, Slappy the fucking doll from Goosebumps. So anytime he sees something like that, he wants it, and it's the most terrifying thing.
Want that? Want that?
Want that.
The ultimate cry of the toddler. Want that?
Want that? That's hello. Are you talking about
hello?
my toddler? Hello.
Imagine trying to convince Alex McNabb to buy his son.
Let me tell you something, baby. Money doesn't grow, on trees. Hello.
Well, like, is that even a decent Nerf gun? It doesn't appear to be manufactured out of carbon fiber.
Now I don't know what I'm gonna do about Xander, considering how many gifts he got for his first birthday.
That's true.
Yeah.
The internet bought him like I feel like
50,
was it like 100
55.
different?
55.
Oh,
of
yes,
like, oh my God.
your wish list. That was great to see.
And
A lot
I
of
still
people chipped
get
in.
I still get gifts from people like once in a while, basically if they're like, hey, I couldn't do something for his birthday, but I wanted to show support basically. So like just recently I got a pack of onesies and then a Hamilton reference onesie. So like people still actively like send him stuff.
That is
So I
great
don't-
to hear. Like, is there a term that I'm not already aware of, or should we invent one for like when a shill's grift attempts are so strong that it ending up to the benefactory of their victims, like your Amazon wish
Reverse
list getting
grifting.
cleared out. It's like the anti-grift.
The anti-grift. I'd say it's like reverse psychology almost. Like I know that there are people who will criticize the fact that I put the wish list and shit, but it's not for me. You know, I'm not the one playing with these baby toys and stuff, or wearing the onesies. Everything that I've ever really gotten from anyone either goes to Xander or goes into his trust fund.
And it's not like it's something that you can really use yourself anyway. So
Yeah.
you're not really, like, the benefit is that Xander gets to benefit from it.
Exactly, yeah. And that's always
It's not like money, like strictly money, where, you know, money is fungible. You can spend it on anything. But it's like tangible things for a baby.
exactly, yeah.
Hey,
And,
can I ask you a question about California traditions?
Oh yeah.
Now, I'm not too familiar with your folk over there, but here on a baby's first birthday, we get them something called a smash cake, and then we have a separate cake
Yes.
for everybody else.
Oh man,
Do
that's
y'all have that?
smash cakes are worldwide now, man. Well, I had a smash cake.
I mean, it depends, like if the parent wants to do that. I just gave Xander a slice of the cake that we got because it was like an Elmo cake and he loves Elmo. So I gave him like the piece of Elmo's face.
Oh,
But I do know that tradition, especially, I know it's very common, especially like in Hispanic families. Like my boyfriend's family does that kind of stuff all the time, where they get the smash cake and then they give the normal cake for everyone else. So
hey,
I do.
you get a smash cake for the baby, Holmes?
Oh god, at least tell me he's a castizo.
Rand, don't go there. You'll be disappointed. Let's stay on topic.
God.
This is not about that. This night is not about
I
that.
know.
All that needs to be known about my current partner is he's a good man and he's loved my family. My family loves him, and he's been my best friend since.
After everything you've been through, I don't think that
Yeah.
we're gonna fucking throw anything at you about a Hispanic boyfriend.
And like he's been my best friend since I was 14. So like I've known him forever.
So Ralph was right. To be reading your text messages from friends
All
back
right,
in high
yeah,
school.
that's right. I can't trust you around any mail. Yeah, no.
he would not let me text my my current boyfriend.
Oh man.
Well, I have a question. I don't know if they've asked you this already,
Oh yeah.
but I've always wondered. I don't know if he ever said it on the show or whatever. But how did you find Ralph in the first place?
So it's kind of weird. Okay, so when I was...
what, like unlike the rest of this story,
Yeah, get ready for a change, guys. This one's weird.
we're really gonna mix it up.
So when I was, I want to say like 14, 15, that's when I started kind of like listening to this sphere, because that was the rise of anti-SJW content, because it was just getting to 2016, so it was the election and everything's coming up, and you know, big Trump versus Hillary shit. So, and I hated Hillary. I still fucking hate Hillary, but I hated her so much more when I was a teenager.
Oh,
and
like please, by the love of God,
had
please
the
don't start
time.
loving Hillary because of this experience.
Well, but especially when I was younger, because I feel when you're younger, you have more time to dedicate to those beliefs. And that's just how I felt at the time, was that I had more time to just listen to this. So I started by listening to Suit Yourself and Andy Worski. And those were the two that I listened to most. I specifically listened to Worski like on the way back from school, and my dad's talked about that he noticed Worski because he's like, isn't that the stuttering guy that used to yell when Faith was coming home from school?
Whoa.
No, that's a soundbite. That's a soundbite.
Andy, I know you're going to be listening to this bit. Hey, go on, bruh. No, we make
Well,
it.
and I
Hey, can I just say, felted.
And my dad noticed that.
But why didn't you first go to
Worski was
the
Worski was
Kino
the only
casino?
one.
I'm just shitting. Love you.
Worski was the only one that dad like recognized in this whole sphere because that was the one that I listened to first. But then I kind of dropped off around when I was 16, except for listening to like some Suit Yourself stuff because I was in DMs with him because of course a 40-year-old man is going to have DMs with a 15-year-old. That's a whole other story. And then I dropped off because
I'm doomed. I'd literally not fucking thought about this guy in years. I'm surprised it never came up on my show.
Yeah,
holy shit, he's still going.
I think he's done some stuff with Suit Yourself. I don't know how recently. I listened to him too, but I mostly listened to, like I said, Worski and
I have a few prescriptions, but mostly cocaine.
And so then between like 16 and like early 17, I stopped listening because my ex, Chris Kerr, as everyone, or halfway cuck, let's call him that, cuck, as everybody genuinely knows him.
I don't think you can be halfway cucked. I mean, like it's either touching or it ain't touching.
He didn't want me listening to them because he was basically jealous if I listened to any male YouTuber. So I was only allowed to listen to female true crimers. I started
great news. Women love that shit.
I do love true crime. I did find out.
Who's your favorite serial killer?
I'd have to think about that one.
Come on. We know it's John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, fuck. I hate... John Wayne Gacy gives me goosebumps just because all the kids...
Yeah, the more repulsed you are, the more you like him. So it's the creepy clown guy.
Oh, no. Like, the one I found, I think... Like, the one that I've known the most about is probably Ted Bundy. Just because I found it weird, his whole situation growing up. But the whole romanticization of them, I hate that aspect of...
I just want to throw this out there. Randbot and Fish and Soil, she was literally telling a story before both of you derailed her. Now we're talking about
I saw you having a fucking period in the chat. I'm a professional comedian, man. I'll have you go.
Well, I do want to make an announcement while I have the floor. This is unironically, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Faith Vigor's only interview post Ralph.
Yeah,
if you want to ask her a question, it's going to cost you more than a fucking library coin.
Well,
that's an insult.
I'm glad you asked because there have been some donks that have been sent in. Faith-centric.
I can finish up the question about how I came to know Ralph, and then I'll answer whatever people want me to answer.
Thank you.
Sweet. All right, cover it.
So, kind of speeding it up. After I turned 17. I was listening to a horror narrator, and that was that creepy reading. And he did a video about the top 5 worst YouTubers. Who was on there? Mundane Matt was on there. So then I wanted to learn more about Mundane Matt. So I looked him up. I saw Medicare had done a video about...
That's something that people only ever say to themselves once. I'm sorry, I did it again.
And I was like, well, why is he so bad? And so, because I knew why everyone else on that list was, but I didn't know who the fuck Matt was. And so then I look him up and I see Medicare did a video, and I listened to Medicare a few times while I listened to Worski and Suit Yourself. So I was like, okay, this is a credible video. I listened to it, and then he mentions the live stream, the Boulder stream, and then I'm like, ooh, I gotta listen to this because it's 2 hours long, and I like listening to long ass videos so I can really re-listen to them over and over again because I'm like really... I don't want to say autistic.
There's no need to self-censor here. The only reason we're not busting out the fun words is because we're still autistic on YouTube.
I'm autistic in that way, I guess, is I need background noise almost constantly when I'm doing something. Like if I'm doing schoolwork or if I'm doing like chores. I have something on in the background, whether it's a TV show I've watched a million times or a YouTube video I've watched a million times.
Oh, it's intolerable. I can't do housework without music. Yeah.
But so I would listen to the Boulder stream millions of times because it was the same shit over and over again, and it was mundane and it was boring. And so I just kept listening to it over and over again. So finally, one day, while I'm baking cookies, February of 2020, I tweet, I'm listening to the Boulder Stream with the Ralph retort for the millionth time while baking cookies, LOL. And that's where it started. He followed me, he DM'd me, he sent me a free t-shirt. And then, because I felt
that motherfucker promised to send me a free t-shirt. I never got my
I was supposed to get 2 t-shirts. Where's my fucking
Oh,
t-shirt?
God damn it!
You
Son
guys
of a
don't got
bitch.
titties. Grow some
difference.
fucking titties.
You guys don't have double X chromosomes.
Yeah.
So
You don't know a lot about my chromosomes. They might be double D.
Dingo's got about like 36 chromosomes. He's been collecting them.
That's right.
So he immediately DMs me, and one of the first conversations was about my boobs. So
Wow, like straight for the throat, as it were. Like,
oh, no,
Absolute Chad.
he was like, are you really 18? I'm like, yeah, I'm really 18 because I had it in my bio. And from there on, he started flirting.
wait, was the next question, but you're not an
Every day.
FBI agent, right? Haha. They're like,
Nope.
You
Nope.
aren't Chris
He
Hansen,
gave
are
me-
you?
He gave me his number the first day of talking to me. So I had his cell number like almost right away too. And he'd like you know the selfies he posts where he does like the up angle? He'd send me those selfies before posting them, like the one in his white jacket and stuff of him getting it tailored. He'd text
Classic.
me as he's getting it tailored and shit too. And I'm like, oh, this is fun. It's just like a friend. Oh my God. And then my prom night came around, and that's when he started getting sexual with me, like full on, like prom night. Prom night was the night he decided to do that because my prom night sucked, by the way.
it's a shame.
Homeschool.
It's a shame we're on YouTube because then,
Same.
like, I'd start playing like, like as the hours pass, start playing some music right about now. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh,
But
what?
That's how I met him.
Wait, so
Wow.
I just want to juxtapose the fact that she's still in high school at this point.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, she's 18, but she hasn't even graduated from high school, and Ralph is aware of this fact.
Oh yeah, no, he's
he's excited by this fact. He's engorged by this
Yeah, no.
fact,
Oh,
Gator.
man, bye.
He'd offer to help me with my schoolwork, especially like English and I think it was my my economics class. He'd try to offer to help, and I'm like, no,
Was he
that's
good at it?
fine. Nope. That's why I never got his help. I'd have him like review my essays and stuff just because I liked sharing my essays with
Wait.
people's ideas.
He's 34 at this time. He offers to help you with his homework, and he's actually doing worse than if you'd done it yourself.
Yeah.
There-
Well, and my
This
my
probably
big
should have been an
problem-
early indicator, but
Well,
it's too late now.
and my big problem in my last relationship, which was with Cuck, was he discouraged me from schoolwork because then I wasn't spending enough time with him. So having somebody offer that help was like, oh my God, somebody's offering me help with my homework. That means they love me. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. And like that's one of the love bombing things that he did, and he knew too. So it got me right away because I was so used to being discouraged in my past for doing schoolwork.
So was this
It's so stupid.
was this the sort of thing you're getting primed with, like, don't tell your parents about this, haha, it's our little secret. Oh, how did I fucking know, too? How did I fucking know? I'm a drunken, retarded bigot on the internet. How'd I do it?
True.
There was one night specifically where like I was getting all excited because he talked about having babies and shit. And I'm an 18-year-old girl. I've grown up with a bunch of kids in my family. I really wanted to be a mom, and he knew that too. And so I was like, oh, I'm gonna put a list together of baby names. And my brother came in, and I started like kind of slyly mentioning it. And I was like, oh, isn't this a cute name and stuff? And he's like, you can't talk about that with your brothers. They're going to tell your parents, and I don't want anything to interfere with us. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Wow,
Looking back, Ugh.
Well, no, it's like hindsight is always 2020. Like you look back and you're like, man, you know, he said this, and I really should have just been like, no, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Well, when you're 18, like I know how naive. Like I was 18 once. I remember me and my buddy Adam were at a Mexican restaurant, and this grown woman.
Your buddy's named Adam? Man, that name's hardcore. That's awesome.
Thanks. And so this grown woman comes up to us as we're checking out, and she's like, "Hey, you want to come back to my hotel room? I'm staying right here. There's a hotel right next to the restaurant." And we looked at each other and we're like, "No, not really." But like the whole night, obviously, we're 18-year-old dudes. We're sitting there talking shit about like, "Oh, I would fuck that girl. Oh, she wants it." All this shit, and then we chickened out. But in hindsight, I guarantee you, she had a Mexican there to rob us. 100%. Why would some 30-year-old woman want to fuck with two 18-year-old dudes? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
She was hot.
That actually is a thing, though.
So
I don't know.
Somebody tagged me in a tweet saying, "Please claim that Pantsu told you she and Ralph never had sex." She did say that at one point. That's what me and Gator talked about the whole night.
All right, sorry to put the brakes on fun, but like somewhere like 20 minutes ago, we promised we were going to do some of these.
Oh
don'ts.
yes, okay, yeah.
All right, so we got to. I'll just do the donations alerts first from Real Ralphomania. Why, that would be that guy who owns that awesome Twitter account that Ralph totally isn't really mad about.
Right.
He sent in $10 and said, "Hi everyone, I wanted to wish you a good show and to shill my new website out. Check out ralphomania.com." Well, I think we will. Shall we go and check that out, team?
Maybe you should check it before you open it.
No, I think I actually know what this is going to be. Otherwise, I'm going to be very embarrassed.
Oh yeah, Ralphomania merch. I saw this earlier today.
Look at this fine line of products. Why, you can get a Ralphomania shirt. Now, is it the original or is it the one? Does it have the addendum I requested? It's the original. See, I love this picture. I only had one complaint, which is that like his grandfather's like fake silver like nickel ring is actually cutting off the circulation in his sausage finger. And someone sent in an addendum where there's the same sort of like, you know, redness around his compression socks, around his compressive ring.
Okay.
Yeah, because everything else about this picture is perfect. You've got the booster shoes, the compression socks that are cutting off blood flow, the bifurcated gunt. There's Josh Moon there hanging out of the handbag,
hanging out of his pocket, rent free.
The corn shirt. By the way, no, we're still not cool, Josh. You did slam your penis in the car door. The sticky thumb and the grey hair. I don't think many people will be ordering this at small. Let's check out two times large.
Oh, I've actually bought Ralph a t-shirt off Teespring. I think I remember the size I had to get. I think it was 4XL or like 3XL. The two.
Ralph ripped me off for t-shirts. You know, he was selling those Rambot, Bring On Rambot t-shirts. He sent me $40 once.
Wow.
Yeah. No, what do you know? Like yet another person financially burned by the Ralph mail. I want my t-shirt.
By the way, there were like a shitload of fans that bought those Bring On Rambot shirts.
I want to be like that guy. I want to be like Lord Humongous in Mad Max 2. I got the megaphone out. I was like, "Ralph, we'll stop doing debate lords. Just walk away and leave the t-shirt money behind. Just walk away."
You know, Ralph paid me pretty well. I'm not gonna lie. I was actually.
He gave you $50 once, and that was you actually did the best out of all of us in terms of equivalent work.
No, he gave me like $200 twice.
Holy fuck! Jesus Christ! Did you have to blow him?
Hey, listen, I was drunk. Okay, I was like, I woke up and I was like, "Did I suck your dick?"
That fat fuck got a lot more generous in his old age.
He was like, "Yeah." Oh God. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All right, the next one.
Was your phone in his truck?
I heard that one time from this girl on the internet, and I just figured I would reference it here.
All right, the next one sent in $2 from Even Ralph, paying the cover charge. He says, "Does my brother Rethan even acknowledge my existence?" Well, he did when he wanted your property.
Oh, that's something.
Oh,
didn't know
yes,
his brother's name.
excellent.
I didn't know his brother's name until after I got home, and I saw it on Kiwi Farms. He never talked about his
You
brother.
had to
He
learn the
never like
name.
acknowledged his existence or anything. All he ever said was, "Oh, I have a brother," and that he was in a nursing home or something.
Oh, okay. So he did elaborate that he was in a nursing home at least.
That
Okay.
was it, though. But like, I never knew his name. I never knew like what he had.
Well, obviously,
and of course,
Ralph wasn't taking daily trips.
Well, like, and I wanted to know what he had when I got pregnant in case it was genetic, because I mean, that's kind of scary, like, what's going to happen. Thankfully, it was elaborated. It was like something that happened during birth, but
that's something I'd be worried about. I'd be
cerebral palsy.
Yeah,
I'd be like, is my son going to come out severely retarded or even worse, Ethan Ralph? So.
I just got that. It took a second.
Took a second to process. All right, it says, does my brother Ethan even acknowledge my existence or the disability checks he steals from me? That's a...
See, I have no idea about the disability checks.
No, obviously not going to have any insight to his financials.
I can only speculate about this, but since Ralph has the power of attorney.
Yeah.
And his brother is on disability. Those checks would necessarily go to Ralph.
Yeah, because he's the executor, and
he's the executor of his.
But that does mean
unless he's in state housing, then it would go directly to them.
But I don't think he's in state.
Well,
I'm just saying.
The whole thing I was curious about though is that, like, I mean, I've heard about that whole thing about like you get like weird people who do stuff like bequeath stuff in their will to like an inanimate object, or to their cats. But like someone who has like what's the word for it? Like someone who has conservatorship over them, like like due to like
power of attorney.
Yeah, power of attorney, conservatorship, that kind of thing. Like that. They're not supposed to be able to like directly receive things, right? Like you can't like continually send checks to a potato.
I don't know. Ask Stan Lee about that, dude. His power of attorney robbed him.
No, they were pretending he was still alive. They were just fucking ripping him off. He was in a vegetative state. But that's the thing. Like you got someone in a vegetative state, you can't like they don't, like they don't have executorial power. I know. Getting off.
I don't know either.
Maybe
we should ask Nick Ricada.
Getting into the weeds. All right. From Buzz Busby, he sent in $5 and says, "Hail Faith and her delicious apple pies."
Oh yes, I've been very much into making apple pies lately.
Nice.
Very trad.
Hyphen sent in $1.
Very trad. The most trad pie you can possibly.
Oh, there's more trad pie. I'm sure you've seen it on post.
Oh no.
All right, obviously.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'll take your word for it.
What about Murdoch Chan and her interestingly shaped snickerdoodles?
Oh.
Windmill snickerdoodles. All right, Hyphen sends in $1 and says, "Ralph, you have to give your slave workers shoes. They collect 10% more supplies per trip after the upgrade."
That does remind me of the other shoe story.
Oh my god, here we go. Yep.
It's real quick. So, when I got out of the psych ward, my parents took the shoes back to give back to my brother, rightfully so. Before then though, my dad had bought me CVS shoes, just basically until we got home. Like, here's something so you can walk in so your feet don't bruise, because that's how like torn up my brother's shoes were. And those are the shoes I came back home in, was the CVS shoes. And they were so destroyed at that point that I had scratches all across my feet when I came home.
Jesus Christ, what are they made out of paper?
They were basically made out of plastic, like
Oh, like Crocs. Oh,
yeah, like those kind of like woven flats, if that makes any sense. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like Crocs, but like
shitty
the
shoes, basically.
yeah,
Like $5 shoes that were supposed to be meant as a substitute to like get home and get new shoes.
like basically like slip-ons at them.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Which sucked.
All right, we got a question that I'm going to indulge here, even though it's Pinochet commie helicopter sending in a zillionth of a Libra coin, which counts for nothing, and he knows it. But he asks, does Faith have any word on Ralph's thoughts on Jim while they were together? Because like he was like deeply in love with Jim until the worm turned, right?
Yeah, he still was when I was with him. Yeah, he when he got cancer, or at least when he announced it, Ralph was like depressed and said like, "Oh, I sent him a DM to try and tell him, you know, oh, I'm so sorry, you know," and like he was like really upset about it, and I had to comfort him because he was so upset. And like at the time I understood, because he made it out to seem like they were like best buddies, and I was like, oh yeah, if my best friend, you know, got cancer, I'd be really upset. But he was like more upset about that than me not having proper shoes.
Well, that's also a good point in and of itself. But just to be perfectly clear here, and totally not to like just set it up for like a perfect clip or anything like that. When Ralph found out that Jim had cancer, he needed a hug.
Yes. When Ralph found out Jim had cancer, he needed a hug.
Yeah, his internet dad had cancer.
Well, listen, I don't think we can even hold that against him. I needed a hug when I found that out too. So.
Yeah, but you're not a giant piece of shit.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, you just piss me off to the point where I call you that occasionally.
Yeah, well, whatever.
He says it, but deep down he doesn't mean it, Dingo.
Deep down, I love Dingo.
Thanks, Gator.
I want to punch Dingo and hug him. Like you know, like the order may mix itself up. But
let me tell you something, motherfucker. That's the difference between you and me. I would take pride in you killing me in that ring.
I'll take pride in you killing me in that ring. Yeah, that's why you're a coward.
Pussy, what do you need to come? Oh, I'm gonna come. Tell me what you need, or shut the fuck up.
Oh, do you want me to play it, Faith? I got something.
Play it for Faith.
Faith. Do you want to know how Ralph got AIDS?
Oh, this clip.
Do I want to know?
Let's go.
This is surreal. Fucking talking to Faith fucking Vickers on the stream right now. Holy shit! I never thought this would happen.
Your ground being
we
broken.
We gotta tell Faith about one of his exes.
How many exes are there?
All right.
How did Randbot get you, by the way?
Gator did it.
Yeah.
The Gator.
Because when his friend that is totally not him asked me on Twitter if I was willing to come on, occasionally, I mean, like, usually I don't do shows or anything because I don't have time, and usually most people do it like when Xander is still awake, so it's like too much chaos for me, you know, to have to watch the baby while also talking, and then everybody hears him, you know, talking in the background, so I just answer DMs. But then when I started talking to Gator about it and kind of getting more info, I'm like, you know, it lines up with his bedtime and everything, so I'll give it a shot. And I had already planned at a certain point to at least talk with Gator about it, because we can kind of cross-reference multiple stories.
There's a lot of stories where only I have one half of the story, or she has one half of the story.
Yeah.
And when we started talking and putting them together, we started like piecing together all of the shit that was going on. Like all the stuff that happened in that September, like as we were like just casually talking about that night, because it was so fucking bizarre. Like, I started finding out things. I'm like, wait, that's what happened? And she's like, yeah, that's what happened. And then I talked to Riley and asked him, and he backed up the story without me even, like, telling him telling him what Faith said.
Yeah, because me and Riley and Mint have also talked about that night, like in detail, back and forth, and we all can back each other up when it comes to that story because it was like it stuck out to everyone because it's a fucking weird story.
Well, Rambot, play that clip.
Yeah, here it is. This is how Ralph got AIDS, ladies and gentlemen.
Your ass smells.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
I'm an experienced top. I fucked a lot of men's asses, and your ass is smelly.
Well, that's the basis.
Wow.
That was something I literally said on a stream once when I was reading out Surviving Gay Barely, which is quite a read. Quite
Gator,
a
do
read.
that thing you did for Ralph. Make this go away.
I will anally penetrate. Here it is. Here it is. Completely unedited audio, team. This is how Ralph contracted the grids. I will anally penetrate Ralph to show you how I am the better streamer.
I would fucking take pride in you fucking me in that ring. What do you fucking need?
I'm gonna need some liquid lubrication.
And you gotta go in here.
No.
Oh. Your ass smells. Do you want to come or not? I fucked a lot of men's asses. Fuck this heavyweight. I'm gonna come. Water's falling all over the place. Let me get out. I don't regret it at all, and I'll do it again.
I don't fuck for nothing but 8.5 star days.
That clip gets funnier every time it's played.
It does, dude. The fucking sound effects.
It's the second recut though. Like I prefer the first one where like my final line is, "Wow, you sound like a great advocate for a conservative platform."
Oh yeah.
Oh god, dude. And then he's like, "Hey, fuck this heavyweight."
Oh, by the way, the Jaden watching Ralph watching PvP, Andy, you know, that clip, it has me talking about the day Faith got pregnant.
Oh yeah.
So this is worth, bringing up at this point.
Pride in it. It's
It's 2 minutes long.
All right, well, hang on.
Because remember the last Debate Lords, we talked about the September to Remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they decided to try and tell their version of the story, which I don't think Faith has even heard yet.
Oh no, I have.
Well,
okay. I didn't know you
Multiple people like sent me what she said.
Well, to make sorry.
I can't hear it all the way through because it's
too much.
That night sucked, you know? Yeah, like it was it was about like 2 days after my 19th birthday. And so this moment that I had been like picturing my whole life where I'm like, oh, I'm finally going to be a mom. And, you know, it's just something I always wanted. And to have it all occur on that night where I find out he's cheating on me and the person who claims they're like my only best friend in the area is the one he's cheating on me with. And then
apparently he had been plotting this for a while.
Yeah.
Back.
And so it just makes it so much worse looking back because I know it sounds stupid, but I genuinely cared about Ralph a lot. Which, you know, like my mistake, obviously. But to know that's how little he cared about me, even in moments where I thought that I mattered to him, it makes me a lot more, I don't want to say like upset.
Cynical?
It makes me a lot more like look back at that and just hate myself, basically. Because
I understand, like especially at the time, like that must have been absolutely devastating.
Yeah, I mean, I was in denial of it for a while. Like even after Xander was born, I didn't want to believe that that they did that to me, because like that's a terrible fucking thing to do to somebody. And especially with him when he cries about the curse shit. Only for him to like go and do, and he didn't just do it with May. He did that with Aid. He used Aid and went back and forth between me and her, and then he went to May when I was in the psych ward. So to know, like, the whole time I was with him, there was not a single moment that our relationship was real to him at all, and that I was only a product for him to procreate with, and that's all I was.
Well, this behavior just totally affirms for me. Like, there's a word that I upgraded Ralph to that I can't say while we're on YouTube, but I'm only getting further and further confirmed with my usage of that word to describe Ethan Ralph.
What, boyfriend?
It's boyfriend, but it starts with N.
I think we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think you can read between the lines on that one. It's fairly unambiguous.
Oh shit, that was good, bro. Rand Bros, we can't stop winning.
But I mean,
yeah, please go on.
Yeah. Well, and so that night, like the Walgreens thing, I took the pregnancy test, and it was a clear positive. Like, I knew what a positive pregnancy test looked like. My mom's had 4 other kids besides me, so I knew what they looked like. And so I brought it to him, and my eyes were wide, and I was on the verge of crying. And so he rushed me to his car and left me in the car when it's like 12 in the morning in Virginia Beach at a Walgreens, while he is on the other side of the building calling someone. He told me he was calling Gator. Apparently he wasn't, as me and Gator later found out as we cross-referenced the story. So I suspect he was calling May. And
he didn't call me until they were already into it with Riley.
Well, and so he claimed that he called Gator, Dick, and his mom. I don't think he called any of them. I think he just called May, basically to freak out that I was pregnant, and it ruined their whole thing, because of course they were obviously planning some way to get rid of me.
Wait, so by the time you got pregnant, he was already thinking about, like, cutting you out of what he was trying to arrange.
Yeah.
Because, like, you're saying, like, earlier on in your relationship, like, he was freaking out thinking that he was infertile.
Yeah. And then suddenly when I did become pregnant, he was freaking out because now it ruined his new thing with May, because I think that he was already ready to monkey branch to the next thing. Like, he was going to cut you loose after all the shit he'd put you through. Well, and then he came back and he said, Dick told me, and I think it was May, told me that there's such things as false positives, so let's go get another test. And I said, okay. I mean, I doubt it, because usually false positives are with, like, a very faint line that you can barely tell and stuff. This was a pink dye test, so you can see it clear as day. But I humored him, and I got a clear or blue clear, whatever it's called. And so it was a pack of 2, and then it was, the normal test and then the digital test. So I took both of them. So I took 3 tests in total. The normal one was a positive, and that one was clear too, and that's a blue dye, so it's a lot harder to tell. And then the digital also said pregnant. So
there was like 3 settings, like negative, positive, bitch, you're pregnant. You handed in the one that said bitch, you're pregnant.
Is there one? Does it eventually light up like saying, like, just accept it? Like,
you're $40 in. Stop taking these tests.
Well, and I gave them to Ralph, and I said, I'm definitely pregnant, and that's when we get in the car, and he hugged me, like, when I gave him the other test, but it wasn't like, it's not like the hug you expect.
It didn't feel right.
Yeah, it didn't feel right. Like when you hear your significant other is pregnant, and like with your first child, and you thought you were infertile, you expect like an excited reaction, like a hug, and like saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe." No, he just hugged me and took me back to the car, and it was more like a hug to comfort himself than
it was like he was completely in shock kind of hug.
Yeah. And so we get in the car.
She's pregnant. Let me give myself a hug. Jesus fucking Christ.
She's pregnant. I'm going to need a drink.
And so then...
I'm sure he had one immediately after. Did he?
Yeah. That night. And so we get in the car, and he starts immediately going with the, well, it's your choice, and do what you want. And he knew I was pro-life. I've been pro-life my whole life, and I told him this before we got together, so that like I wasn't like falsely putting out my beliefs or anything. I told him, if we end up pregnant, I'm pro-life. I'm not getting an abortion. I don't believe in it. And here he is saying, but if you choose to, it's not an option for me. You know, like at that point, oops, too fucking late. And
you had told him already that like the one thing that you had always wanted to be was a mother.
Yeah. And he knew that, you know, he knew I was very passionate about childcare, and that I always, like I said, I wanted to be a mom. I wanted to be a stay-at-home wife and a stay-at-home mom. And all
see,
of
he
it.
had a motivation to do it too, because the revenge porn thing was over his head.
He told you too. He told you when the second night that I was there, when he was drunk as fuck with me, and he was like, well, see, I want kids, and Faith wants kids, and like he was justifying it. So, I mean, this was a discussion since LA, you know, of us having a family.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to immediately go back and say, you know, oh, but if you don't want to, you know, it just felt so weird. So he starts texting my dad, because at this point they weren't talking, because as my dad puts it, it was the Great Twitter War, or World War I or something.
Well, you've abducted my daughter, and you're holding her hostage. I can understand why your dad was a bit hostile. Yeah.
So he texts my dad, and he starts freaking out, because before he had written that article where he said world's best father or something, and he wrote in there that I was pregnant. He was lying in that. We didn't know I was pregnant at the time. And so after taking the test, then it's like, you know, coincidental, but I turned out to actually be pregnant. And he's texting my dad, and he's freaking out, saying, I don't know how it happened. And my dad's like, what do you mean you don't know how it happened?
You just released an article about it, like bragging.
I know how it happened.
Oh, no. He admitted to lying about it in the article, too. But my dad's like, how do you not know it happened? You both told me that you were aiming to get pregnant. So my dad was like astounded at the stupidity.
You know, I'm starting to wonder if Ralph like had this master plan to get you pregnant to avoid the revenge porn charge.
Oh, no,
Got it because of the drugs, and then only suddenly realized, wait a minute, I did have this plan. Oh, shit, later on.
Well, and so then he leaves me in the car again, because he has to go get limes for his drinks, because he has this weird obsession with how his drinks are prepared, where it has to be ice in a short cup with lime and Coke and Maker's Mark. And so he just insisted he had to go in the grocery store, like this Save Mart, so it was like, you know, open 24 or something.
I'm an experienced alcoholic. I've never heard of this before. So Maker's Mark with Coke, but with a lime.
Yeah, no, it's so weird. So he insisted on going in and leaving me in the car again in the middle of the night in an area we're not familiar with, while we found out I'm pregnant, like literally an hour before.
Oh, you're pregnant? That's great. I still need my lime for my Coke and Maker's Mark.
That's responsible and base. Please go ahead.
And so he goes in, grabs limes, and then he's like, do you still want to go?
Let's not lose sight of the big picture here.
And so he says, do you still want to go over? And I'm like, yeah, you know, I mean, because I thought May was my friend. And I was like, I want to see my friend. And I said, yeah, let's go over. You know, I don't need a drink and smoke weed to have fun. I mean, I can be normal. It's not like this essence that I need to be a normal person.
It's not like
fun.
It's not like you're just experiencing like one of the like biggest moments of your life or anything.
Yeah.
What gets me is like, why did Ralph even I think because I was about to say, why did Ralph bring you along? But I answered my own question. The reason he brought you along because he didn't want to leave you alone in the house for fear that you might figure out how to find your way onto places like Kiwi Farms that were literally talking about you at that very moment.
And at the time, he was still bringing me places. So he still, like, if he went to DC, he'd bring me along, and we'd get a hotel and spend time together and stuff. And so, like, at the time, that was kind of like the normal thing, was I'd come with him. It wasn't until I got pregnant he stopped doing that. And so we go over, and that's when, you know, he starts drinking and all of that. And then May greets me, and she's really clingy towards me, and she's like, "Oh, I'm so happy for you." And because obviously he texted them that I was pregnant, so I wasn't going to be partaking in anything. And so she's saying, "Oh, I'm so happy for you. You know, I'm here for you. If you ever need to talk, I mean, yeah," like acting like she's my friend, only to then just minutes later say, "Hey, we need to run to CVS because I need ice." And, or not CVS, 7-Eleven. And I need ice, so I'm going to run there with Ralph. And I said, "Oh, okay." And neither of them offered me to come with. So they left me in the house with Bird, Mint, Riley, and Digi, and they're all high and drunk.
No, you're shitting me.
No, he left me there and he went with me. And of course, me being naive and shocked and still finding out I'm pregnant, just trusted him to be normal and not do anything.
That's genuinely fucking shitty.
Yeah, no, I'm trying not to tear up because it sucked so much to find out like later that this is what happened. They leave me there. And, you know, Bird and Mint were trying really hard to kind of like make me feel better because they could tell I wasn't feeling great. But, you know, they were intoxicated, so they didn't necessarily do it the best way, but they were trying. And so this supposed 15-minute trip turns into 2 hours. And they come back and they bring me ice cream from Cold Stone. And that was the excuse for why it took 2 hours.
That's why it took so hours. We had to make this ice cream ourselves.
Yeah.
I love
in the
that.
back seat of the car.
Yeah.
No, that's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, why did we cut you adrift so long? Like, why were we gone so long? Why did we betray your
We
trust?
went to Cold Stone.
It's actually something we did for you. Now be grateful.
Yeah, exactly. And then, Ralph starts blaming May, and he's like, "Oh yeah, no, she just had to go to Cold Stone." So I was like, "Oh, okay." So I guess it's, you know, because he said she had never been, and oh my god, and I was like, "Okay, you know, I guess that's fine." And so that's when shit starts breaking down. May's high and drunk. Ralph's high and drunk. Everyone but me is either high, drunk, or all.
Well,
And
someone
so-
has to be a responsible adult. Why not the scared,
Why not the
terrified, and upset 18-year-old? Yeah.
Wait. In the clip I have, May and Ralph said they didn't have that night, like the night you were pregnant. They didn't have anything.
Oh, that's bullshit. No, they totally did.
Yeah, that's what I'd say to the cops too.
Yeah, no. May was on acid, or Molly. It was acid or Molly.
Oh my god.
Ralph was just drinking, and he had a wax dab or whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh,
In
what?
this clip, they
Like
both
little
say,
dab of wax.
"Oh, we told sober. Everyone else is on acid, but not us."
Yeah, no, of course, everyone else, but not them. The two known for doing it. So then Digi makes a comment about having sex with May.
No. With who? With what?
me.
With
Because they're dating.
They were
Oh, I
dating
thought you
at
said.
the time.
I thought you said me. I was
No,
about
no,
to
no,
lose
no.
my shit.
Yeah.
No,
you're right.
No,
Okay.
because they were sitting together, and you know, they were being a fucking couple, and God forbid your partner says they want to have sex with you. She freaks out and runs out the door. And so
Wait.
Riley was concerned.
I hate to belabor the point, but like just to like reiterate that. So, did you like ostensibly Digibro and May are dating at this time, right?
Yes, they were saying they were like fiancés, and they were already acting weird.
And the
because
suggestion
my
of like,
pregnancy.
hey, how about we have sex, like, caused May to freak out and run out of the house?
Yeah, no, and they were very clearly already having problems that night because, I think it was because of my pregnancy. I think she was jealous.
I think history shows that to be true.
Yeah.
I think the current events bears this out.
And so,
remember you called that? You called that?
Internet historians have confirmed this is true.
Man, everyone, remember we said that May would break up with Digibro because she wants kids?
Well,
Yeah.
I've got questions that will be asked. Like after this story, I'm very curious about exactly how long this May thing was going on.
Yeah. So she runs out the door. And so Riley was concerned about her safety and asked if me and Mint would follow her to make sure, like, because at this point it's like 3 a.m. or something. And so he asked me and Mint, can you follow her just to make sure she doesn't like get kidnapped or run over or something, like just go make sure she's safe. I didn't feel like 100% comfortable because, I'm 19, pregnant with no phone. But, Mint was there, so I just went along with it. And Ralph wasn't in the room when this all happened. He was like on the other side, like drinking by himself, and he said he was texting Gator. So I don't know if that's.
Wait, was he actually doing the meme? The one, the guy in the corner with the solo
like
cup?
they don't know I'm an internet celebrity.
Nobody knows I'm texting Gator.
Well, he may have unironically been texting Gator.
He's in a room with a transsexual and a pedophile. He's like, nobody knows I'm the most fucked up person in this room.
Yeah. Well, and so me and Mint start following her, and she literally walks like at least a block or something away. And she stops and she's calling her dad and saying like, oh, can you pay for me to come back home and all this. And she's trying to get her friend to pick her up because she doesn't want to stay there anymore. And so she's crying and she's having this mental breakdown. And I feel terrible because, again, this is someone I see as my friend. And I had just gotten out of the psych ward like 2 weeks before. So, of course, I feel very sympathetic of this kind of situation. And so she's crying and she's saying, I don't want to be with him anymore. I feel like he invited them to live with us without my permission and all this and blah, blah, blah. And so I'm trying to comfort her the best that I can. I was hugging her and letting her cry on my shoulder. And then she says something weird and it rubs me wrong. And she says, don't be mad at Ralph. He's scared to be a dad and he's having anxiety. And I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Why does Ralph have to do with why you don't want to be with Digi?
Yeah, where is it her place to like say
yeah,
that?
like why
does she know he's anxious and I don't?
Yeah.
Well, and like I kind of could sense it, but why is she telling me this?
Yeah, I've got a better read. I totally don't have any ulterior motives, but I've got a better read on your partner's emotions than you do.
Yeah. And so then before I can ask, like, how do you know that? Digi and Riley caught up to us. And so Riley kind of had me and Mitt stay back so that Digi and May could talk. And we were just making sure they were okay and everything. And, nobody pushed each other into traffic or something. So we're just making...
Like, you thought they were just having, like a domestic squabble.
Yeah. And so then...
Well, compared to your domestic life with Ralph, that was probably pretty healthy, them two just having a discussion.
Yeah. Until May loudly screams, I fucked Ralph, and runs back to the house.
What?
Wow.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, no. And so then Riley goes to comfort Digi because Digi's a fucking wreck at this point. And he tells me and Mint to walk back to the house. He says, make sure she's okay again. Still making sure for her fucking safety after she just destroyed poor Digi's soul at this point. And so me and Mint follow back. I'm like
picked a hell of a time to pull the pin on that grenade. And she...
Yeah. I was catatonic walking back.
Ralph is cheating on you, and May was cheating on Digibro at the same time.
Yeah. And so I just walk back and I'm just kind of like, I'm like trying to process what the fuck just happened. Because I'm like, I just found out I was pregnant like 4 hours ago. What the fuck is going on? And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way someone can be so terrible as to cheat on their 19-year-old partner 4 hours after they find out they're pregnant. There's no fucking way someone's that terrible. And so we get back. And
Is that what she meant though? She did.
Yeah, that's not like I fucked Ralph
mean,
as a declarative. Like I just fucked Ralph like today.
Yeah, did she mean she just fucked
him in the car? Yeah, she said I fucked Ralph in the car.
Wow.
So I was like, I get back and Ralph sees me and he's like, oh fuck, she looks like, you know, like he can tell I don't.
He can tell you're processing it at that point.
Yeah. And so I just go to the bathroom first to kind of calm myself down. I splash some water on my face. And that's when I come out and suddenly hell is breaking loose. Ralph's trying to get me out of the house. And Riley is claiming that Ralph raped me. And so I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
By the way, this is the point at which Ralph has phoned me, screamed into the phone, stay on the call, and I'm trying to figure out what the I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on because I just hear screaming over the phone. I hear Digibro in the background going, oh, and I hear Riley going, did you rape me? Did you rape me? Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. And so Riley said, you know, Faith, stay, because at that point Riley was concerned for my safety, because Ralph is like pulling me by my arm trying to get me to the car. And, you know, he says, you know, Faith, stay, I'm gonna call the cops. And Ralph says, don't even listen to him, get in the fucking car. So he like kind of pushes me into the car and I'm just sitting there as everyone's yelling and Riley screaming, you know, did you rape May? Did you rape May? And Ralph's just saying, you're fucking crazy, you're too high, like, you know, you're fucking delusional, all this shit. He starts threatening Riley, saying, I'm going to contact Dick and he's going to get you fired. Like that kind of shit. Like that's where he's escalating shit. And it's just pissing Riley off more. And then May comes in and she's screaming and she's saying, you know, Faith and Ralph, get out of the car. We need to figure this out. She tries to like open my door and shit to try and get me out. And
Jesus.
And then Ralph offers, you know, because we thought she was like, or at least I thought she was getting like domestically abused or something. So I was like, we should take her with us to make sure she's safe and drop her off at the police.
This fucking girl.
I thought she was like getting abused or something by how she was breaking down. And I'm like, we need to drop her off at the police station. This isn't healthy. Like, what the fuck?
And Ralph's probably at this point like, no.
No, he was like, no, we're not taking her in the car.
Leave her here in it.
Gator, I remember we were talking about this on the last debate, Lords, and I remember asking, like, why did no one call the police? And you said, because everyone was high.
I was doing drugs.
Yeah, no, that's what Ralph said to Riley. Riley was like, I'm going to call the cops because you raped me. And then he said, how? You're on acid. You don't want to call the cops. And
it's actually like probably the best point Ralph's ever made.
Yeah. And so then finally the only way Ralph got Riley to come down is by using my pregnancy. And he said, dude, I have a pregnant girlfriend in the car. And that's when Riley calmed down because which
is another good point.
Dude, it was amazing too, like hearing that over the phone because he's 1 second he's yelling and then all of a sudden he's like talking in a normal tone of voice because remember Riley was also like stoned out of his mind.
Yeah.
So like something clicked in him and he's like, oh yeah, that's right, she's pregnant. Yeah. And he basically just kind of was like, oh, you know, okay.
He said, you know, maybe there's a misunderstanding basically.
Yeah. So it was incredible.
Yeah. And so he backed off. And then as soon as Ralph could, he peels out and like almost hits like this poor kid's basketball net and shit.
Yeah, like when I say I heard the screeching of the wheels,
yeah,
and it sounded like they were trying to get out of Vietnam. I wasn't kidding.
$1.
Well, and that's when I started.
Don't worry, he came back and took out their letterbox a few months later. So,
as you were speeding off, I have to know the truth about this. or I can't in good faith go forward in this conversation. Did he look at you as he was peeling out and say, "Another 5-star day with the Ralph mail, baby"? Did he or no?
No, he seemed more like he had seen a ghost or some shit.
Yeah, he hadn't worked up to that stage. He
The
wasn't,
ghost
he
of
wasn't
child
ready,
support yet to come.
He wasn't ready to fuck with anything less than 5-star days at that point.
Well, and he peels out, and then he stops at Wawa. And that's when he like is like, okay, tell me your side. And so I start telling him like what I witnessed, and he said, "Yeah, no, May's a lying bitch, and I didn't do any of that shit. What the fuck?" And like he's acting all surprised.
Jesus Christ, what an amazing tactic! But like, it's a term for a reason, like victim blaming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've just been through that, and he turns to you and said, "Right, explain yourself."
He said
to get you talking. Yeah. Well, that's the sort of that's how it's done.
Because he wanted to know how much I heard, I think, and how much he got away with or could get away with. And so I believed him because she seemed like she was having a mental breakdown, and he claimed later that she sent like an apology text to us saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry I dragged you guys in, but it's the only way I could think about leaving Digi." And like that's
I had no choice. I had to jump on Ethan and Ralph to get away from.
Oh no, she claimed that she lied about them ever sleeping together, and that was a tactic to get away from Digi. And so that I wasn't to believe that they ever had sex, and that they just only talked while they were in the car. They just talked about her leaving him, and that he was emotionally supporting her. And I believed it like a fucking idiot. Because
have you come to doubt that claim?
Oh yes.
Wait, do you have a study for that? What's your evidence for that?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen a peer-reviewed study.
Them admitting to it, I can't think of anything else. I mean, I could have taken like a fucking blue light or something to the blue Nissan.
You could have literally got Nick Fuentes. You should have called Nick Fuentes. He could have cum hunted all of that shit. Call the cum hunters.
But then shortly after is when he started proposing the 3-way idea.
Oh, tell us more about that, please. And Rambot.
Yeah. So.
What? I've never been in a 3-way. What do you want my opinion?
I was going to say let her finish it.
So the
let
3-way
her finish
idea.
The 3-way? I think that's off the table now.
Okay, sorry.
Oh God, never. So the 3-way idea was Ralph's sneaky way to try and like make things okay, I guess. And so this would have happened in October. It was literally while we were costume shopping for his live stream for the Halloween thing. And so we go to like Spirit Halloween or something. And after we picked out everything, he is like, "Do you want to get our own place?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I do." Because we were still living with his mom at that point, and nothing against Sandra, but it's kind of weird to like.
You were getting those Norman Bates vibes.
I do have one criticism of Sandra. She was not aware that it wasn't even hot outside.
Oh, Rambot.
But I mean, I kept saying, like, "Fuck yeah, I want to get our own place." Like, I was so happy. I was over the moon to hear that, because then it would be our place. And that's what I wanted. Because I never felt like that living there. I never felt like I was in my home. I felt like I was staying at a friend's place. I just never felt welcomed, like, to that extent. Like, I could feel like I lived here.
You felt like an outsider.
Yeah. Because nothing was mine, I didn't know where like anything was, and he never like took time to kind of get me used to it. He was more focused on, scrolling on Twitter and Kiwi Farms. So when he said that, I was super excited, and he said, well, but the issue is we'd have to get a roommate, and I don't want a male roommate with you. I was like, okay, understandable after, the halfway cuck shit. So then who are you thinking? Well, I was thinking May. And
okay, how long after the whole ordeal was it that he proposed that?
He said it that day.
The same day?
The same day. Because then
Wow, no flies on Ralph.
what started happening is we're literally driving home and he starts talking about her being my girlfriend. Like me having him and her. And like proposing it as a win for me, right?
You're the pimp. You're the pimp, and he's the hoe.
In this situation at first, apparently. And I'm like, no, I don't feel very comfortable with that. I'm not polyamorous. I'm normal. I want one partner and I just want to keep it that way. I don't think that's weird to say.
You know, I've honestly like been nursing this little theory that like the ability to be severely manipulative doesn't directly correlate with intelligence.
Nope.
And I think this story perfectly illustrates it. You can be an extremely manipulative but stupid person.
Well, and so after he found out that wasn't working, he's like, okay, what about just like a 3-way or something? And I was like, I don't know. And then he starts using the curse shit against me and saying, well, you owe it to me. You owe it to me after I let you come back home. You owe it to me to do this. And I'm like, I guess I do, you know, like you let me back home. And
then he's guilting you into it.
He was guilting me into it. I'm like, if it's just a 3-way and you're not proposing this weird polyamorous thing where we're like all in a happy relationship and it's just like an occasional hookup thing, I'm not going to like it. But I mean, I guess I owe you. It was sexual coercion.
Wasn't this how the Manson family started?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I'm an extremely, in my own mind, I'm an extremely charismatic celebrity, and one for JJ is not enough. See, I'm a man with needs, and you are bedazzled with my celebrity, and you should go along with the fact that that you, a mere mortal, are not enough to accommodate my needs. Like a sultan of old, I require a harem.
When again, they both kept proposing it as like, we want to take care of you.
Now that's the bit that really fascinates people with this story. The fact that she was 100% in fucking lockstep with this shit, which is highly unusual for female behavior.
Can I? Oh, go ahead.
Or she would text message me and be fully on with it. Except the weird part with her is she'd never involve Ralph. She'd text me and be like,
"Oh, it's about you and me."
It's like there's some screenshot out there that apparently she leaked to somebody that leaked out, but where she says something like, "Oh, what's your fantasy?" and I mentioned something about, because I considered myself bisexual, and so Ralph took full advantage of that and went full speed with it. And so she said, what's a fantasy?
I can see that clear as day now. Oh, you're bisexual? Okay, great. She's your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Randbot, check your Discord DMs. I want you to play something for me.
We're on YouTube. It can't be copyrighted shit.
Oh no. Oh.
But so she DMs and she says stuff like, I don't want Ralph to see me come. I don't want Ralph to see me naked.
What?
I don't want to.
Wait, back up.
All right. Yeah, no. It's part of the grift. It's part of the grift. See, I'm all for you. I want you to make me come. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Take care of me, and that she didn't want to be alone with him, and so that's again what they kept fucking proposing.
She's every bit as fucked up as he is. A couple made in hell.
Look, not to toot my own horn team, but once again, like here we are talking about like highly manipulative behavior, and I'm a retarded alcoholic Australian who has no idea what I'm talking about, and yet I can predict how these little stories go.
Randbot, Han's going to send you a link. There is no copyright on this. I just looked at it.
Okay.
I think it's actually perfect for the situation.
It's almost as if this is not self-aggrandizing. It's actually more about for the wider audience out there, recognize manipulative behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like this is
like we want less of this to happen in the future, not more.
Yeah, no, I definitely and it's one of the reasons like people have criticized me for talking, obviously, and
I'd rather you talk. I would rather that you come forward, and I understand that some of this is extremely painful and upsetting for you to talk about. I'd rather someone like relate their experience as a warning.
Yeah, and that's always been kind of how I know, like, sometimes I'll make a bit more light about it or something like that, or it seems like I'm making light of it. But ultimately, my goal and everything involving talking about it is I don't want to see another teenage girl go through, or another woman in general, but especially someone as young as I was and as naive as I was. I don't want to see someone else's life get dragged down like that.
Would you say that you should always listen to your parents if you're between 16 and 18?
I would say, obviously go to your parents about this shit, or if you're in some sort of situation where you can't do that, a trusted adult, somebody who will give you advice that isn't, oh yeah, no, it's okay.
Well, so looking back on it now, where do you think you got the idea to go against your parents' advice, run away with this guy, fall into this like sort of parasocial relationship? And convince yourself that you're bisexual to the point where you're entertaining these things that May says. Like, where did that come from? I imagine it didn't come from your parents.
No. So basically where my problem started was when I was 15. And I had gone through a sexual assault, and it caused me such severe PTSD that I kind of went on a spiral. But the biggest issue about it was when and this is why I don't like public schools, especially in California, when I went forward to the principal and the officer on campus, I was pretty much dismissed and told that because I was dating the man, or not man, but other kid, that it didn't count. And
it's amazing how they came full circle on that, because like the whole thing, like women's consent is absolute, but except when it actually doesn't jive with our broader ideological goals.
Well, and so the big issue with this school was they already had a record of pure sexual assault, and they didn't want to widen it.
They didn't want you to be another statistic, so they decided to just keep it quiet.
No, like her trauma and her assault would have been a problem for them.
Exactly.
So magically it becomes a magically it becomes
my fault,
hey, you know what? You actually wanted that. You're just too dumb to realize it.
And then the other issue was that my ex at the time, his mother was a parole officer.
We can throw in a little bit of fucking corruption too to like really tie it off in a knot. Yeah.
And the on-campus officer knew her, and they knew the guy. So for that whole year, my freshman year, and I didn't go forward to my parents about it, which is one thing I really regret, obviously, because
given the way your father, sorry to jump in, but given the way your father has like revealed his determination, him springing into action then would have been a thing.
Yeah, and I felt because obviously how they kind of like manipulated me into thinking it was my fault was
and there's the assumed shame, right? You've just been told by an authority figure that's actually something you wanted. Now, if you go and raise a stink about it, like there's also going to be the thing like, well, your parents will think less of you.
Exactly. And so I was raised in a Christian household. I was told, don't have sex before marriage. And so I thought I was like tainted. I thought like my parents would look down on me.
And don't think for a second that those fucking shit-lib progressives didn't know that and use that to manipulate you.
Yeah, and that's and I told the principal that. I said I don't feel that way, but I don't want my parents to be angry at me.
Yeah, and unfortunately, what you were just giving him was like a Willy Wonka ticket, which is like, I know the way out of this sticky situation.
Yeah, and so that's where it all began, where I just kind of started hiding things from them because I didn't want them to be disappointed in me. I didn't want them to really know how bad.
And it just opened you up to the avenue of further abuse.
Yeah. Well, and then Kerr happened, and he started grooming me from when I was 14, and he was 19. So he started grooming me online, and started quote unquote dating me when I was 16 and he was 21. And he was very much against me telling my parents. He was like, I know people call me like a pathological liar. Like that's something people throw around about me. This man was like another level. He lied about where he grew up. He lied about his parents' names. Like he was another level. And so one of the things with him is my trauma basically could never compete with his. So if I talked about my assault, well, I was raised in the ghetto and I had to do this and this to survive. So it just kind of like pushed this narrative on me of victimhood and rather than overcoming it, to wallow in it. And so it hurt my PTSD and and having it untreated and everything. And so having the PTSD untreated, having the anxiety untreated, and then having the depression untreated, and everything just kind of spiraling. And then COVID hit, and I'm in my senior year. I'm supposed to go to prom. I'm supposed to graduate. I'm supposed to go up there and walk and get my diploma. And I never got to do that because this COVID shit happened. I wasn't allowed to go out and actually see the friends that I did have anymore. I lost connections with a lot of people during it too. So it just plummeted, like my mental health. And so I felt the only way I could get like any sort of semblance of happiness or confirmation, I guess, in feeling any sort of positivity was through Ralph, because he love bombed me and made me feel like that was the only route. But then I already had all this past shit that he knew about, all this past shit piled on top of it, where I'm told repeatedly, don't tell your parents, don't tell your parents, they're going to think less of you and all this. Which again, obviously isn't the case, as they've seen all this shit and they've been nothing but supportive. But at that time, when you're not thinking straight and everything's coming down on you, you don't think logically. So I guess that kind of answers the question in a long sort of way.
That really puts in perspective, like, just how fucking young you are, because like COVID messed up your high school graduation.
Yeah, I never got it. And that really, I had like a graduation party. I had some family over and all that, but it's not the same, I've always kind of not liked doing like social things and all that, but I was looking forward to going up there and showing that I still graduated, because it was really hard for me because of the curse shit, because he kept me so much from my schoolwork. And at certain points I was failing classes because of him, because he would threaten to unalive himself if I didn't pay enough attention to him.
It's funny how that keeps happening.
Yeah.
Wait, can I get a clear one on that, like a story, like, so?
Oh yeah.
A threat of suicide if not paid enough attention.
Well, so with Kerr, that happened. Like one story I can think of. There's a million. One that happened was when my grandfather passed away. And my grandfather, I really loved him. I was really close to him and everything. And so when he passed away, it was really sudden, and we had some family issues and stuff. So, but he lived all the way in Southern California. So I had to keep going back and forth the 9 hours to help my family with, because he only had 2 kids, which was my dad and my uncle. And so it was up to them and on our families to go back and forth. And we all live down in North California, or I guess up. But so we had to keep going back and forth to, sort out the house and deal with stuff that was with other family members who were trying to get involved. And he didn't have a will, so it made it 100 times more complicated. And so while we're trying to figure it out, I was still dating Kerr. And I was like, I texted real quick and I said, I'm going to go out to dinner with my family and some other family members. And I mentioned like one of my friends was coming, and that's where he freaked out. And I hadn't answered because my phone died, and I told him my phone was going to die. And I didn't answer for 30 minutes. As soon as I get back to the house and I plug my phone in and everything, he's freaking out. He's threatening to, he's saying, I guess we're over. You're cheating on me. I'm going to kill myself, unalive myself.
Oh my God.
I'm going to do this.
I've seen this story before.
And so one of the other things he did is he contacted this other guy who hated both of us and he said that you're cheating on me because there's no reason you should be gone for 30 minutes when you're out to dinner with your family.
Well, ask Ralph. It takes 2 hours to cheat on your spouse.
Well, and so, and this is while I was 16, and this guy was 21 saying this to me. So that's just like one example of like the millions that I have. And that's something as important as dealing with the grief of my grandfather dying literally the day before, for him to do that to me. And so, and it's like I said, it's one of the things that kind of built up to make me accept what Ralph was doing as a better choice than Halfway Cuck was,
Did anybody in your family know you were dating such an old guy?
No, nobody knew.
No, that was
part of
that was the thing we were establishing earlier.
Yeah.
That like she'd been emotionally manipulated to like distance what was actually going on with her life from her parents.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I know. I just wanted to ask that on record so people listening wouldn't be able to be like, "Oh, your dad should have known." Well, I mean, kids hide things.
Yeah, my parents didn't know. My dad did catch on at one point when Halfway Cuck was going by a different username. He was going as Jeeps Creeps because he was a horror narrator, which is how I met him because I was a horror narrator. And he changed his whole identity online so that he could escape that. So he went, by his full name. He went by Chris Kerr Live and Halfway Crook and all this different stuff. So, and then he would lie to our groups of friends that like we were mutuals with and claim that he was younger than he was, so that when everything blew up, everyone thought he was like my age. So nobody knew that he had been grooming me since I was literally 14. And telling me to keep it a secret from my parents and keep it a secret from my friends even at a certain point, because all of them kept telling me, you need to leave this guy, he's abusive and all that. And anytime I tried to leave him, it was the same thing of, I'm going to unalive myself. I can't live without you, or can we just be friends? Stuff like that. So of course, going from that extreme for 3 years, I went through that for 3 years with that guy, to then going to Ralph. Like I said, when you see Ethan Ralph as a better option than you,
shit's fucked.
Yeah,
that was the thing that was actually popularized by May. Like people looked at because like that was the thing that like actually became public. We were like, people were like, holy shit, Digibro is so fucked up that Ralph is a better alternative.
Yeah, no. So
but of course, every good story has its prequel, right?
Yeah, no. I got so many stories about that crazy dude, like, and screenshots too. Like, one of the screenshots that I've shared like a million times is where I was 16, and he's like, I said, isn't it weird to have your significant other participate in fetishes that they're not comfortable with, because he was trying to get me to do. And this is something that like Ralph's sycophants will use. They'll like, oh, you femdomed him or something. This dude made me and said, oh, isn't it weird that you don't want to please your significant other in every way? Like shit like that.
Oh my god.
Well, if you find that unbelievable, like just understand that like you know, like people walk into places and pay hundreds or thousands of dollars to be quote unquote dommed.
Well, and it's their excuse for why there is no way that that Kurt could have abused me the way that he did because of that. But totally leaving out the whole.
How could you be the victim?
Oh no, he played that up.
You were the one being dumped. Yeah, well, it's like from a complete hypocrite position. Like I said, like remember that. This might be a bit of a deep cut. But people remember that that Jewish guy who was like, actually there were multiple cases of this. The Jewish guy who like was in charge of I think it was an F1 racing team or something, and he got busted in a brothel, being dominated by 4 women dressed in SS uniforms.
Oh Jesus!
So as you say, that like people will spend a lot of fucking money for a little bit of domination.
Yeah, no.
Was he the victim? I don't think so.
Yeah, no. It's just that this dude was fucking sick on so many levels. And
well, so tell me this. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no. Go ahead. I was finishing.
Well, I was just curious about your thoughts.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. No, I just gotta pause because we're getting some gunt guards in the chat. It's like this guy in all capitals, Paul Danino, goes, "Here we go, Rand, with that weird Nazi shit." You see, the funny thing is, Paul, you're actually surrounded by people who knew what I was talking about. Max Mosley. So how about you go and eat shit? How about you go and eat shit, you bundle of sticks? Like, imagine being, like, fucking caught out in 4K. Imagine getting fucking humiliated in real time. There goes Rand with that weird Nazi shit. Oh, look, there you go. Fucking caught out in 4K.
Fine. You got a gun guard on stream. Don't worry about the chat. I'm about to line Faith up with some hard gut guard questions. All right.
I'll go for it.
He's been humiliated. He's getting the shame cube. Take away his coat, and this one's for you. This one's for you, you special little boy.
Don't take the coat.
Wow, for once it's not Carl going in the shame cube. Okay, I think you played that enough.
It's never enough, Gator.
Rand, that's really loud.
Good.
The more you complain, the more is going to happen, Gator.
All right, carry on, please.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so my question for you is, like, since the split, right?
Yeah.
What has been like your thoughts along the way, seeing everything else go on with Ralph that has gone on?
So, I guess like it depends on like my mental state wise.
Well, no, I mean like not stuff involving y'all's relationship or anything. Just like, you saw the bowling thing where he got hit. You saw the gym thing. It's kind of like his spiral, quote unquote. What do you think about that? I
mean, honestly, my prayers as a good Christian girl that I am now, is that he gets better. I want him actively to be a good person. I want him to actively to stop being so angry and drinking so much and being so hateful. It's not good for a person, and it never makes anyone happy. And I knew firsthand he wasn't happy. There were so many times he came to me personally talking about how depressed he was and everything. So I just see this as that spiral of being depressed and not being fulfilled and being empty. And instead of just owning up to how you actually feel, his narcissistic tendencies have gotten in the way of that. So instead of just being like, you know what, I should stop drinking, I should stop streaming, I shouldn't be online anymore because it's not good for me, and just trying to be the best person he can be, not even just for himself, but for his kids. The fact that he can't do that because he's too focused on fulfilling this weird idea that suddenly everything can be fixed because he's famous.
Can
So
I
see his
can I
style as
relieve
just
you
depression.
of this sort of thing? And
I thought that was a spot on analysis, by the way. Go ahead.
well, I'm gonna shit all over it. It is perfectly acceptable to hate an apostate, especially one that's pretending to actually be a keeper of the faith. Like there's a special.
Oh yeah, no.
There is a special contempt that one's allowed to have for that. And as I've had I'm not a theologian. I only play one on television. But from what I'm saying, like an apostate, like someone who's actually like rejected the teachings. Like I know that like the Christian forgiveness thing, like forgive a sinner, like infinite patience, all that sort of thing.
I haven't
But-
forgiven him in any
Oh
sort
no,
of
you don't have to
thing.
forgive
Yeah.
him. You don't have to forgive him. In that way. But you see, here's the thing. He is adopted. He's actually more than an apostate. He's a heretic. Because he takes on the trappings of religion for personal profit. He's out there saying like Christ is king, and he has not repented of his actions. So if we want to do this in a want to take this from a Christian faith perspective, he has never atoned or even acknowledged his sins. He must acknowledge his sins to be forgiven.
Exactly.
And so he's actually continued to sin while adopting the clothing, the clothing,
The
of religion,
trappings.
a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's an apostate. He's a heretic, and in the eyes of the Lord, like he is unless he genuinely redeems himself one day, which I severely doubt because he seems to be a sociopath. You don't have to spin around and torture yourself with the idea of eventually, like, maybe one day I'll forgive him. No, you are perfectly within your rights as a faithful Christian to despise and hate an apostate and a heretic. And Ethan Ralph is an apostate and a heretic. He is pretending. You are absolutely allowed to hate him with every atom of your soul because he is an anathema to what Christianity stands for. Feel free. Feel free to despise him. Do not torture yourself with a second of thought of his redemption. He must demonstrate his redemption. Until then, he is an apostate and a heretic.
Sorry. While I pray that he ultimately finds a good route and redeems himself, I'm not holding my breath. I don't spend time like going, oh, I hope
that's right, Kick Jeff.
Okay.
God hates Ralph. That's right.
No, my God.
I don't sit around all day going like, oh my God, I hope Ralph gets better, because it's a waste of my time. I already spent a year doing that. I already spent time sitting with him and trying to talk through to him and going from it all different ways, you know, from a partner, like a romantic partner aspect. I tried doing it that way. That didn't work. I tried being his friend. That didn't work. And then when I eventually was pulling away emotionally, he yelled at me. He told me, you know, how selfish I was being, and, oh, I'm so evil. Because this was after his mom got sick. And I said, you know, I don't think I can keep emotionally putting myself into you, because it keeps fucking me over. Every time I do it, you just keep doing things that hurt me, and I can't keep doing it. And he told me how, well, I just found out my mom's sick. How could you do this to me at this time? So, again, while I actively hope he gets better, I'm not going to waste my time.
Because I mean, we've seen that he does this stuff all the time. To every woman.
He seriously fixes his shit, and he stops drinking, and he gets help and he goes to therapy, he goes to AA, he gets detox because that's how bad his alcoholism has gotten. There's no, I can't see a way for him to get better without doing all the necessary steps on top of regretting his actions and admitting to his sins and opening communication to all of his past victims in order to establish remorse. But obviously he's not at that. He's at this point where he wants to continue poking and he wants to keep re-victimizing everyone that he's hurt. And I can't see that fixing.
I think your diagnosis, though, was actually spot on. Like, I think that he has these feelings, and like you said, it's his narcissism and pride that gets in the way. Like, I was talking to him on the phone one time, and like...
that sounds too sophisticated for what's going on inside that fucking animal skull.
I don't know, but he almost, like, at the very beginnings of, like, showing an emotion that was negative, that would make him look vulnerable, and then I could tell he quickly turtled up, like, oh wait, I don't want to show any type of weakness. Let me just fucking back off of that. And I just wanted to be like, buddy, talk to me. Like, I'm not gonna tell anybody that you might be feeling bad or something. But he just won't do that. Like, he doesn't. He won't take comfort in people or try to talk to people about his problems because it's like he thinks they're gonna share that with the world, and then A-logs are going to troll him about it or something.
Well, it's like he's terrified that people will find out who he is under the mask, like not even capable of self-realization enough to understand that he has no mask.
Well, and the closest I ever saw him to dropping that was when his mom passed away. And I know people, like, I saw it earlier, people were criticizing me because I said, I cried with him when his mom passed away, but I've also said not so nice things about his mom.
That's a normal reaction that you had.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he called me and he told me about his mom passing away and he was crying and I felt terrible because I still cared about him at the time. Because, I was pregnant, so I was also very hormonal. I was in my 3rd trimester. And at that point where you're like, I want to stop being pregnant. So I was already crazy hormonal. And then I hear him crying like that. And it broke me because I felt so much sympathy for that, like those feelings. But then in the same breath, he'll say something like, I will never forget how great you've been to me, and I'm so thankful for how much you've been there for me, to then turning it around and saying, I'm a manipulative, lying whore that never loved him, and I cheated on him, and I did all this. So, again, while I sympathize with him being depressed, and I sympathize with this downward spiral, at least the not being good for him, to actively like be like some of the I guess gun guards and excuse his behavior on it.
Yeah, well, it mitigates his attempt to, and
because he can get help and he knows he can.
Well, the thing is, like,
he just doesn't want to. He doesn't care.
Most of the people on here, like myself, Gator, Pond, Dingo, we have all had personal dealings and relationships with Ralph. And we've had the exact same type of fallout where when we've hit a rock in that road, in that relationship.
I've never had a fallout with Ralph. I've never liked him.
No, you have interacted with him, and now he hates your guts. So you are included in this, whether you like it or not. So, like, having dealt with this guy from all the broad range, from all the way from where Faith was his partner, all the way up to Pond, who like just did her best to like just shrug him off when he tried to recruit her. He despises all of us, and once he feels he's been rejected, he comes out with the most outrageous lies and attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, he made one lie, and he did it with May.
We're all conspiring against him, though. It's actually Ralph who was right.
Yeah. No, him and May like made up a lie just the other day, because I talked about him wanting to name Xander Gator, and he and May claimed that I wanted to name my kid Buffy. Never even happened. But they were so upset that I told a true story about him having a vulnerable moment, I guess, that just was kind of stupid. And turning it into, I betrayed him by sharing that.
Oh, we've all betrayed him. Literally everyone in this
Yeah.
conversation has betrayed him. And
Yeah,
it reminds,
no,
like, I don't
it's
know
a
if you're
whole
familiar with
thing.
this classic fiction. Have you heard of this book called A Confederacy of Dunces?
No.
Well, the basic premise of it is that it's like this neat autistic guy, and it's actually it's set in the 60s or the 70s, I think the 60s. And this guy, he considers himself to be a genius, but he's severely autistic and non-functional, unemployable. The Confederacy of Dunces thing comes around as he literally believes all the world around him is conspiring to make him be unsuccessful.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ralph very much encapsulates exactly what the critique of that kind of idea is.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were talking about me for a second. I was like,
Oh no,
just say what you mean, Rambo.
No, you are both a Confederate and a dunce.
Well,
Well, I don't personally feel like I've betrayed Ralph at all. Like, to be honest,
yeah, no.
I know that he thinks I have, and he's told me that much. But like, I don't feel like I have. Like, there's things that I could have done that would have been out of line to quote betray him.
Also,
But
just,
I've never.
hang on, just
I've
let me
never- I don't
just
feel
let
bad
me
about
cap off.
anything that's
Let me
happened.
just cap off this story. The guy who wrote this, he was actually almost doing an autobiographical. He wrote one book, which was like considered like one of the greatest books ever written in American fiction, and then he committed suicide.
oof. On the face of it, how can you ever betray someone that was never loyal to you? I mean, has
Exactly.
has
Yeah.
Ralph
That's very
been loyal
true.
to?
Yeah.
That's
No,
a good
I'm
point.
like, where's it get off on this?
Yeah, he talks about loyalty all the time. Not once in our relationship was he loyal to me.
No, he was literally
Yeah.
working
I mean, he
behind
got
your
you
back.
ice cream afterwards. though.
Literally cuckolding you in a sexual term, cutting you off from your parent, like at every turn. He was undermining
Oh,
he
you
got
and
her ice
actively
cream,
working
Rambo.
against.
He got me.
Oh no,
No,
yeah,
May
it only
got me-
took him 2 fucking
May got me
hours.
ice cream.
He had to make it.
Dingo,
Oh, no.
I'm never even going to have sex with you. But if I went down, if we were hanging out and I said, Dingo, I'm going to go to the local store and get you some ice cream, I'd come back in half an hour. And I don't even expect you to suck my dick.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Moving on.
And well, like, and the that kind of reminded me of the story, like the cutting off from people. He cut me off to the point of when so while I had no phone and everything, he was basically my main line of communication to my parents. So if he didn't want to tell them something, he just didn't tell them. Or if he didn't want me to know something they said, he just wouldn't tell me. And one of those things was when my brother got sick. My oldest brother, he got really sick and he had to go to the ER. He's fine, by the way. He's totally fine. But he had to go to the ER because he was so sick. Ralph didn't tell me until my brother got out of the hospital, basically, and was checked to be fine. He didn't even think to tell me that my brother was feeling that bad or anything. And he knew how, and something I've talked about is I have a close relationship to all my brothers. Because we grew up in a big family and everything where, like, we worked together all the time. We were all homeschooled. Shit, so
more traditional family.
Oh,
where
geez,
the
I would go
older
fucking-
siblings kind of.
I would go fucking ape shit. Like, if I was having some fight with my wife, and, like, as some sort of punitive thing, like, she cut off my ability to know that, like, one of my family was in the hospital.
yeah, no,
I'd
it
go
was-
fucking gorilla mode.
It was so hurtful. He excused it as I didn't want you to worry, basically, because I was pregnant. And so he's like, oh, I just don't want you to worry. And I'm like, yeah, but, that's my little brother, dude. Like, it just, that's when I kind of started putting shit together. I already like the night. Oh yeah, the 3-way night. I still haven't gotten to that. The 3-way night. Like I was already kind of putting shit together, and we were fighting that day. Like we were already like on kind of like rocky grounds, I guess.
Oh well,
And it was
that's perfect grounds then to not inform you
Oh,
that
yeah,
like a
so
like a close
perfect.
family member is like in the hospital.
well, so this happened before then, but the fight started because I was texting my dad. And so
Oh
my
well,
dad
okay. Well, I mean,
That is another man. Ralph said no
texting-
talking to other men.
you're texting your dad. Oh my
it's
God.
what my dad texted me. And my dad texted me.
Well, what's
you know,
his
'cause he
fucking
thought-
business? What your dad texted you? Because of course he has to read every communique you have, right?
Think about who you're talking
here's
about.
The thing.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
It was about the revenge porn. And so my dad had thought my dad had thought like at that point I just like had accepted it and moved on. Nope, I still fully believed that Ralph was hacked, because how Ralph told me it happened was somebody hacked into his Google Drive and he had it on his Google Drive, and then somebody made a fake account on Instagram and posed as him and sent it. That's what he told me. I never watched it. I never saw the clip of it. I didn't see any of it. And I didn't even know which fucking video it was until I got home. So I didn't know shit about anything. So when my dad texted me about it and he was like, wait, so you really don't know? And I was like, I don't know what. He said, I have proof he did it. And I was like, I was in denial, and I'm like, I don't want to see it. Can we just stop talking about it? That's what set Ralph off. And he was fighting with me. He starts bringing up Curry and bringing up how he took me back in and I owe him, and it's stuff like that again. And he's just pissed off at me the whole time. So finally we get to the airport and we pick up May. And I had called my friend like in the car, and I'm like, I don't know about this. I'm really worried. I don't want to really do this. I feel nervous. Like I'm scared. And before my friend could try and like comfort me or anything, Ralph came back, so I had to hang up. And so May was in there and all that. And so Ralph was driving kind of like a fucking maniac, as he does. And I said something like, I made a joke, and I said, if you get us into a car crash and we go to hell, I'm not splitting custody with you. That was my joke. It's a stupid joke, but he lost his shit at it. Like, completely
Then it was a good
lost
joke.
his mind.
He was having a bad day. God, I mean,
Yeah.
it's selfish for you to not
So
consider his feelings.
And then him and May start playing music in the car, and then he got angry because I asked if I could play, because it was November, so I was getting close to Christmas, and I'm like, I want to listen to Nightmare Before Christmas because that's kind of like my comfort music for Christmas time, because it's a movie me and my whole family love. And so they get angry at me and both tell me how stupid it is, and neither of them have even watched it, so what's the point? I'm like, oh, okay.
Listen here,
How could they
Faith.
not have?
Listen here, Faith. You don't ask me to change my music on Wigger Wednesdays. We're listening to Tupac.
Instead, I did turn on Symphony of Destruction by Metallica, so
Respectable.
which plays nicely into what would later come of that night. So what ends up happening is we get to the hotel and I have a migraine. It is killing me. I hadn't slept in like 12 hours. I'm just getting into my second trimester at this point, so I'm fucking dying. And so I'm just like, I need some meds. I need like some Tylenol. My head is killing me. I feel like I'm gonna die. And Ralph is getting all pissed off because he expected shit to just happen like that. Oh, Megadeth. Sorry, my dad is listening, and he just.
Oh! Wow, Mr. Vickers just
corrected
grew.
me.
Hey!
He
You know what?
corrected me. It
My
was
respect for
Megadeth,
Mr. Vickers
not
just grew. He
Metallica.
corrected you, not Metallica, Megadeth. He's absolutely correct.
I'm really.
Is there any chance we could lure Mr. Vickers onto the show?
You'd have to direct message him. I don't live with them, so. I can't
I'm
just
not-
like
He
waddle
just
over.
corrected you on Megadeth. Mr. Vickers, like obviously you're listening. Would you like to hop in?
No, because then I'll have to leave.
No, actually, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He
Yeah,
just
we got
texted- he
we got
just-
room.
Oh, okay. Well, come on then, Mr. Vickers.
He just texted not tonight, so sorry. It's probably because my
Not
mom-
tonight? Does that mean another
Come on.
night?
Listen, we're not PPP.
Can we
We're
have
friends
Mr.
of the
Vickers for
Vickers here.
a future debate, Lords?
You'd have to ask
Gator,
him.
get to work.
But anyway, so I have a killer migraine that night, and so I tell Ralph, and he's getting all pissy. Also, Dad said nothing personal. So
Nothing
That's so
personnel,
funny. Your
kid.
dad's shy.
Oh, look! As soon as we drop off, YouTube, not only are we going to drop a few N bombs to get it out of our system, we got to play. we got to play Symphony of Destruction.
he said, sure, though, he'll do it another time. So, of course, you guys can set that up with him. But anyway,
There you go.
so,
You know, the funny thing is, like, my respect for your dad was growing all throughout this, but when he corrected you, said that's not Metallica, that's Megadeth, I'm like, fucking ace.
He's the one
Mr.
who-
Vickers is awesome.
he's the one who introduced me to the song. So, but so anyway, I have the killer migraine. May's like,
Well,
oh,
especially that you like. Look, first of all, like the
Oh,
well,
man, bye.
I know. Just give me a second. I know. Like, just like that poem, you always knew I was a snake. You always knew I was an alcoholic Australian who interrupts.
All right, hurry up. Get your bit out. Spit it out. Hurry up.
Fuck!
Hurry
It's
up.
actually dropped out of my head. What was the point I was
Good.
going to make?
All right.
oh,
No, wait, no, I
Good
had a
now.
point. I want you all to sit in silence while I remember it.
Oh, God.
God damn
Help him.
Oh,
Oh,
it was such a
L.
killer fucking line
Miss
too.
L.
Let's
Bless
move
your
on to
heart.
something else because he'll remember it and interrupt us again.
Yes, I will. All right, move on.
So May tells me, oh, they have Tylenol downstairs. I'll go get you some. She waddles off. And then Ralph is looking at me all angry. And I'm like, what's wrong? Like, at that point, I just had enough. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? And he's like, I just thought we were going to do something. I was like, I have a fucking migraine right now. And I'm I'm in my second trimester of pregnancy and shit. I don't feel good. And do you understand how this shit works? Obviously fucking not. But so he's like, fine, then I'm just gonna go out with my friends and drink. I said, okay, go do that. And so before May can come back, he goes off and like right as she's coming into the door. So then me and May are alone. And he's
Oh,
off
God.
drinking at the hotel bar. I was just trying to be kind of nice and like I was acting like I was hanging out with my my nose is congested. I was acting like I was just hanging out with my friend. And then she starts getting weird and tries to massage my shoulders and shit. I'm like, do you want to go get
Oh,
snacks?
my God.
I'm like, let's go get snacks at the Wawa.
Is this,
she's like,
is this a
okay.
thing with internet people? Like when they meet up, like they get like all touchy feely.
Yep.
I've
My
done meetups
experience-
with my internet friends, and I swear to God, I've never given or received a shoulder massage from any of them.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you why. Because your
I just get
your
hugs.
internet friends are
Wait, wait, wait.
well-adjusted
Are
people.
any of you women?
I
Are any-
sincerely believe that the reason internet people get touchy and feely when they meet up is because they're highly under-socialized people, and the internet's
And
their
this is their only touch.
their compensation. Like, finally, I can touch the man behind the keyboard.
Could you imagine meeting up with Mike Enoch and he's like, "Hey, Dingo, get over here and give the ranch man a shoulder
No,
rub."
Mike Enoch could call you a.
Well, and she did it under the guise of trying to help my migraine. I was just like, let's go get snacks because I feel weird. And she's like, okay, I'll go get something to drink too because there was like an alcohol store or something like right around. She's like, I'll get something to drink too while we're there. And so I said, okay, let's go do that. So we go downstairs, and mind you, at this time, I don't have my glasses. I am fucking blind as a bat. Like, I have such bad vision. So one, I don't have my glasses, so I had to constantly rely on May or Ralph to guide me everywhere, like fucking guide dogs and shit. Because I couldn't see. And so we go downstairs and Ralph tries to say hi to us. May didn't acknowledge him, so I thought he was just some like random dude saying hi to us because I couldn't see him with no glasses. All I saw was an enormous blob. And so which I probably should have guessed it was him.
That's fair. That's fair.
So he looked the same as always. Okay, go ahead.
But you couldn't tell his features, basically. I couldn't see his face or anything. I couldn't see what he was wearing. I just saw this dude wearing something vaguely similar to Ralph. And so, and again, May didn't acknowledge him, so I didn't think it was him. So I just kind of kept walking. That did not make him happy. He was infuriated that I did not acknowledge him. And so we came back, and the same thing happened. He tried to say hi. I couldn't see him. May didn't acknowledge, so we just went back up to the room. That's when he texted me saying, "Oh, you didn't even say hi back." And I was like, "What the fuck are you on about?" He's like, "I tried to say hi to you and May, and you both ignored me." I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like, I felt genuinely bad at that point. I'm like, "I'm sorry, sweetie. I just couldn't see you because I didn't have my glasses on." He's like, "Yeah, right," and like fucking freaking out on me and shit.
Oh my god, is Ralph 12?
Yes.
Yeah. Emotionally, yeah, this is how he was acting because he was so intoxicated too, and he was angry and intoxicated. And how he gets when he's angry and he's drunk, it skyrockets, especially in person. Like, oh my god. So then he says, "Oh, I'm gonna stay the night at my friend's." I said, "I think that's a good idea because you're so angry right now. Like, you need to cool off." He's like,
that
"Never
probably made him
mind."
really mad.
I was gonna read this.
He said,
I was gonna read this
"Never
comment
mind,"
from
'cause-
YouTube chat. Oak Dog. He's listening to your story. He just said, "Ethan is a giant baby. Holy shit."
Yeah, no, it gets worse.
Emotionally stunted, man.
Yeah, like
It gets
like this sounds
so
like a
much
child. Like, I mean, like as I said, like, you know, like I got a child in the toddler range, and like they do get into these emotional states, and you just have to manage it. And like this is a alleged adult, like having toddler level tantrums.
Well, and it gets, like I said, it gets so much worse. So I'm in the hotel room with May, and she's like, "Oh, I'm going to order DoorDash." I'm like, "Oh, cool. Let's get Chick-fil-A," because Ralph wouldn't even let me have Chick-fil-A, even though it was my pregnancy craving. So I was like, yes, fucking Chick-fil-A.
Let's say, little Xander's eating good then.
Yeah, no. Dude, Chick-fil-A is my fucking favorite thing ever. Especially then, because all I could crave was like potatoes and chicken and cheese. Like, that's all I craved. Which I guess, like, that was the one wives' tale that was true, was, you know, you crave salty foods with a boy and then sweet foods with a girl.
So?
Well, I thought it was accurate because all I craved with Xander was salty foods. But
No, here's the thing. I can literally explain this phenomena. Like men want to try things, like men, like you go out to eat with men, like men either want to eat something spicy or something like meat, you know, like beef, pork, that kind of stuff. Whammons are the ones who have sweet tooth. You go out eating with women, you'll find yourself eating like caramel, like pretzels dipped in caramel. With men, you'll find yourself like trying to eat spicy stuff. No, I'm not missing the point. God damn it!
Anyway,
yes, you are.
Okay, maybe I introduced my own point based off the thing, but it's still essentially true, which means that I'm not wrong.
So you were eating. So you were trying Chick.
So anyway, we get DoorDash Chick-fil-A. As we're waiting, she like kisses me out of nowhere, and tries to grope my chest region.
Oh, she went for a booby feel?
Yeah. And so she tries to get me to it's hold on.
Do you find that less confronting when a woman does it?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and then I'll keep telling it real quick. So I'll be right back.
All right, time for dings, Rand.
Yeah, Rand, what?
Like the fucking reading my mind. I'm like, these have
For
actually been
once,
stacking up.
just get through them quickly.
No, some of them are actually questions for Faith, so that's all right. Like we'll
Table
like
the
double
questions
we'll
for
double
Faith.
load the cannons to throw a million questions at her when she gets back.
We need to talk about your stream etiquette.
No, we don't. We need to talk about your
That was-
stream etiquette, Dingo.
Man, like you're supposed to do the bit. Ask me who show this is really, really, like intensely.
No, I already know the answer. It's some Dingo show.
Dingo. Whose fucking show?
No, I mean
is this?
it's a very simple. Like even a Pajit like me can follow this flowchart. Is Southern Dingo on the show? Yes,
Yes.
it's Southern Dingo's show.
Whatever. Anyways,
All right.
yeah. So I forgot what I was.
Ding
gonna say.
time.
All right, so that one from Groomer Remover, that's a question for Faith. Who knows what sent in a millionth of library coin says, can we ask Dingo questions for one library coin? Yes, you can on Dingo's show.
Whoa. Ran by buddy.
All right, Dr. Tetanus says, someone please ask about Dick and the underage drinking. The way, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's something that's also basically another question.
That's a
for
Faith question.
Yeah, that's a Faith question. Okay, Terry says, I was going to send a video about the Great Northern War between Sweden, Russia, and Denmark, Poland, and parts of what is Germany today. Man, those Swedes. They be... Oh, are you talking about... What's the one? Like Astolphus Godolphus? When the Swedes rode down in the middle of the 100 Years' War and just fucking owned everybody? They beat armies 6 to 7 times their size, even before advanced IKEA technology won the day. Nibber, they pike charged armies many times their size and won. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason there's a song about Astolphus Godolphus, because like he was a hero, a legend. Did you know that he actually took a musket ball, which made it uncomfortable for him to wear armor, so he stopped wearing armor and just rode into battle unarmored?
Oh,
damn!
Yo, babe.
I returned. So where was I? Me. Okay.
She grabbed your boobs.
She grabbed my boobs, and she took off her shirt.
Oh my god.
And I didn't like what was going on, right? Because she kept like trying to forcefully kiss me, and I never thought that I could have a worse kiss than when I kissed my ex in freshman year. But oh my god, because her teeth kept poking me in my face.
Wait, but how prolonged was this kiss? I have to assume it wasn't just a peck.
Yeah, no, she was trying to like...
Oh, she was trying to pash. Okay.
Yeah, she was trying to go all in, and I was coming up to my mouth
We've all seen the pictures of her, and like everyone's made the. I'm sure you've already heard the jokes, like horse
the
monster.
horse joke. Oh yeah, no, dude, I coined clout horse. That is mine. Okay. But I mean, she was making very unwanted sexual moves on me. And I was kind of like trying to avoid it, but at the same time, I'm stuck in a fucking room with this person. And
she's one of the like instant lesbian.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, no. She goes on saying like, she's so straight. She introduced herself to me saying she was lesbian. So who the fuck? Her sexuality is what it dictates at the time.
But you get in a room with her, and like all of a sudden it's like hand goes here, teeth go here.
Yeah.
Well, I have another question. So, what if Ralph at that moment had walked in? Would he get mad at her?
No, he'd
trying
get
to fuck
hard.
him?
He'd get mad at me.
Oh,
no,
right.
He would have.
Why?
Of course, it's Faith's fault.
Because this is what happened after. Because it gets worse. It gets so much worse.
Oh my god.
So after this, finally the DoorDasher comes, and we have to meet him downstairs. Thank God.
Yeah,
for
but
what-
we should have all been door dashers that
Standby.
day.
Yeah, no.
Jesus.
So he comes and he's like, "Oh, meet me downstairs to pick up your food." We're like, "Okay," and she stops because I'm eating. And that's
That
when
is the most
Ralph-
fucking American thing I've ever heard. I was stopped from my lesbian molestation
Because-
in the territory of the pig American Empire because slop manufactured fast food turned up.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
So then what ends up happening is Ralph starts texting me again, and he's still bitching and stuff, and finally I'm like, okay, either come back or don't. But I personally think you should stay at your friend's because you are so drunk right now and you're so angry. I don't think it's going to lead to anything good. He ignores me completely on that and decides to come back anyway. At this point, me and May have changed in our pajamas and all that. And May's trying to spoon me and stuff, and I'm like feeling weirded out again. But she's trying to do this while he's pissed off in the room. And he's sitting across.
Wait,
and
why is he
he's-
getting mad? Isn't this what he wanted?
No, exactly. It's because it didn't center around him like he thought it would. Because of course,
wait,
May-
Ethan Ralph self-sabotaging? Wow.
Well, because May had been telling us different things. May was telling him she wanted to
A
please
lying
him.
Jew?
She was telling him she wanted to please him, and she didn't want any part to do with me, and she'd only do it for him. But then what was she fucking telling me? So
What a
she's
fucking
pissed
idiot.
off.
It's like, okay, look, there's obviously something I can play to my benefit, but no, I'm gonna be a fucking moron.
Yeah, no. And so then finally, instead of talking to me and
That was a really good
like,
yeah, no. Are you an Australian?
Come on, Rand.
Oh, come on!
Thank God somebody else but me had to finally said something. Thank you, Gator.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Shut up.
No!
And what ends up happening is instead of being an adult and talking to me about our domestic squabble, he sits in the chair that's near the desk at the hotel room. At the hotel room, by the way, that we got is a king size bed. That's it. He wanted us all to sleep in the same bed together. And I didn't know this. I thought she had her own fucking room. But no, of course not. Because what sense does any of this make? So he, instead of talking to me, gets on his phone and starts texting me. And starts saying, "You've ruined my life. You're a whore. You've tricked me into taking care of you. You've made me your slave. Because God forbid, when you knock a woman up, you have to, all he got me was my prenatal vitamins and Dramamine because he didn't want to get me my Zofran to deal with my morning sickness. Because I had severe nausea or whatever while pregnant. And so they prescribed me medicine. He didn't want to get it. So he got the cheap alternative of Dramamine, which is motion sickness. The thing with Dramamine, though, is it makes you exhausted. It's an I can't remember what it's called when it makes you drowsy, but it makes you super drowsy. So I was sleeping like 12 hours a day. It's sort of. But it helps with the nausea because it's for motion sickness. And so I would be sleeping like 12 hours a day because I was basically...
Oh, it's an antihistamine.
Antihistamine, that, yeah. And so it would keep me exhausted all that time. So of course he thinks I've made him a slave because he's had to pay for my prenatal vitamins and pay for the Dramamine, which in total is less than $40.
Wait a minute.
Buddy,
Look, hang on.
I've had to pay for a pregnant woman twice. Let me tell you something.
Wait,
Dramamine and whatever the fuck else you said, you got off easy, buddy.
No, I'm about to lose my fucking shit because I'm thinking about like just how expensive it is to keep a wife that you're not drugging to keep asleep 12 hours a day.
And he was pissed off too because I wasn't eating a lot because I was sick all the time.
What, he wanted
Or
you to eat more?
sleeping. Yeah, because I wasn't eating a lot. Because, like I said, I was so sick while pregnant. And he thought I was neglecting Xander by not eating a bunch during my first trimester. And I just wasn't like shoving food in my face. I instead was eating less than a meal a day because, again, I felt so sick. And it's one of the reasons they prescribed me Zofran to deal with it. And again, he didn't want to get it, so the only other solution was Dramamine. But I can't sleep and eat at the same time. So he was saying shit like I was neglecting my pregnancy because I wasn't eating properly, and so he'd have to come in and make sure I ate, which the doctor told him he didn't have to fucking do. The OBGYN just said, "Hey, just let her like snack throughout the day, okay? It's not that big of a deal. As long as she's getting her prenatal vitamins and stuff, it's all good. Chill out." No. I'm a bad mom because I had morning sickness.
Oh, wow. Like, once again, I don't want to call myself a genius, but I am. Didn't I say that like every good story has its prequel? Because what did we see on that live stream trip to FPAC 3? Oh, Ralph having a fucking pig out about May having morning sickness, throwing up in a McDonald's bag. Like, first he was pissed that she had morning sickness, then he was pissed when he instructed her to litter on the highway, throw it out the window.
To throw it out the door. Throw it out the
goes
window.
around, comes around,
Yeah.
baby.
And then it was her fault that it exploded on the back of his truck.
I agree. It was her fault.
He was more concerned about his truck
Yeah.
than he was about her.
Oh, you covered my truck in vomit. Well, so what?
Oh, yeah, no, he got angry at me because...
This is before he almost got both of them killed by illegally... in a live stream. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Oh, yeah. No, because...
Yeah, he illegally overtook a truck on the emergency side of the highway, almost wiping them both out.
Certain attorneys in Virginia have seen that clip. So.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear, because I've been talking about this for months. I'm like, why the fuck is this? Why the fuck did he openly commit a traffic violation and no one's done anything about it? Oh,
and I'm sure certain attorneys in Maryland are very interested in that footage.
Oh, I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight.
So, no, I mean, like, that's something he did. Like, he got angry at me because, like I said, I had pregnancy-related depression, and it was getting pretty bad. I was crying, like, 3 times a day or something, and just wanting, like, nothing to do with anything. And, you know, like severe depression symptoms. And so he got angry at me because he walked in on me crying. So, yeah, it's not uncommon. So he starts saying I made him my slave, and that because he has to pay for the prenatals and he has to pay for food and stuff like that, I've made him my slave. And I said, what the so at this point, and again, pregnancy-related depression kicks in, and I'm crying, and I say, well, do you just want me to go back home? Do you just want me to go back home to California and raise the baby by myself? And he flips his shit.
You just activated his trap card.
He jumps over, like, leans over May, and is like crushing her underneath him, and grabs me by the throat and says, do you know who the fuck I am? Do you know who I am?
Does Ralph know who he is?
Well, and he starts saying, like, who are you to take my kid away from me? Who are you to take my son from me or my daughter away from me? Because, again, we didn't know the gender yet. And so May pushed him off me.
Like, serious question.
Because
why is he not
crushed.
Already in jail? Like, you couldn't do this. You couldn't
this
do this in Australia. Like,
no.
you would be in prison.
No, because this is what ends up happening. Why it never got reported. And since then, I've tried to rectify that. But so May pushed him off me and basically said, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what's wrong with you? And I didn't even have
at him or at you?
At him.
Oh,
Thankfully, at
thank
him.
Christ, there's some reality to this.
And so he starts screaming, saying, she's a fucking slut. You know, she ruined my life. And so I didn't even have time to hear the rest. And I just
Wait. So
ran.
she pushes him off you, and then starts yelling at him about how you're a slut.
He starts yelling at her that I'm a slut. Because she asked, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he said, she's a slut. And so I didn't even have time. All I'm thinking of is he just choked me. I'm pregnant. I don't want my baby to get hurt. I'm fucking running. So I ran out of the room in just my pajamas and no shoes or anything. And I run into the hallway and to the end of the hallway. I can still hear him yelling from the room and yelling how I've ruined his life and that I'm a dirty whore that doesn't deserve him. And he's done everything.
Sorry. Just to clarify, at this point, like, he'd been trying to push you into a polyamorous relationship, something which never actually took place.
Yeah.
You'd exclusively been with him, and he'd been like locking you up in this sort of Stockholm syndrome, like, kind of scenario where you had like no interaction with your family, friends.
Yeah.
You didn't even have access to money. You didn't even go outside.
Yeah.
You're getting groped by a bisexual.
And he calls you a whore.
Yeah. And this is after he cheated on me with May too. Multiple times, because I suspect that his trips to DC without me were to see her. So
I think we already know what happened there. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he never called me, you know.
No, you're too busy.
Well, and he claimed he was visiting his friends that we hung out with.
He was.
Well, I mean, the friends that we hung out with together. One of whom was a fucking dad of a baby, and so I was like, oh, you know, can I say hi? Like, can you call me and I can say hi to the guys? You know, like something stupid like that. And he's, oh, you know, service is kind of spotty here. So I fucking put it together after a while. But so after that, I hear him yelling, and then suddenly they both start laughing. I don't know why the fuck they're laughing. So I can't handle it at that point. My mental state at that point, I've just been choked.
At the time, yeah.
They're in the hotel room and they're laughing?
They're in the hotel room, yeah. I can hear them
and now
laughing.
They're laughing. Well, like, at that moment, it must have confirmed for you that, like, there was, like, that. There's something going on, and you're, yeah.
Something untoward has happened.
Yeah, let me just say, if that, and this is not to question your story or nothing, but just a caveat of, if that is the true, that is one of the most terrifying fucking things a person like you could be in that position.
It's
like you just got choked and now they're laughing. Like, what the fuck?
Like this is what it strikes me by. Like, this is my initial like reaction. It's like you just escaped a room from two vampires.
Almost, yeah. Dude, I grew up.
Vampires aren't fat, are they?
I grew up watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like, that's exactly what it was. But so I'm in the hallway, and so I can't take it. Like, at that point, I'm like covering my ears, and I'm fucking crying, and I'm sobbing. At this point, I'm getting flashbacks to my assault when I was a freshman year. Because it involved choking, and so. I'm trying to calm myself down at that point because I'm thinking my next move here is call my parents because I had my emergency phone because they knew this kind of shit was going to happen.
Had Ralph forgotten about that?
I think he did at that point.
Yeah. And so I'm sorry to retread old ground, but I'm like first thing would like call the local PD.
That's what I should have done. Yeah. Well, I know.
But I mean, like, I understand in your situation and where you were at, like that didn't occur to you.
Yeah, no, not at the time. I mean, that was my next thought, right? Is I'm going to call my parents and make sure that I have a situation that's set up where I can at least get out of this hotel and away from him. And so I text my dad. My dad shared these messages too. I text him frantically, basically saying, can I call you guys? I need to talk to you, like, really bad. Something just happened. They, of course, answer no problem. And they tell me, you know, okay, we're going to send you money through PayPal. We're going to book a hotel for you. Use the money to pay for an Uber to the hotel. Don't tell Ralph where the hotel is. But
your parents, your parents just like on demand went and did all that for you?
Yeah, and then they booked,
think of all the horrible shit like these internet all these internet dickheads have said about your dad, but he did that for you on the drop of a hat.
Yeah, no, and they knew it was serious by how I was talking, and they booked plane tickets for me too, even though they had. It's gonna make me cry. Even though they had been burned by me before, and I did that shit in DC, they still did not hesitate to not only get myself but Xander out of that situation, because they didn't want.
Let it go, girl. I'll cry with you.
They didn't obviously want their only grandchild and daughter dead. So, you know, they did all that, and then they immediately told me, call the cops. I said, oh, one more thing. I didn't explain to them why May was with us, but I said, my friend May is with me. I'm scared for her safety. Can she stay with me? And they said, no problem. We'll get you a hotel room. We'll get you a hotel room with 2 beds so that both of you can be safe. And this is what she did. She took advantage of my parents' kindness to keep her safe too, because I was worried about her, and used it against us. So basically she could get a free night at a hotel, and manipulated me and everything. So she finally comes out of the room half an hour later and finds me just kind of wandering back and forth in the stairwell, contemplating about if I even wanted to live at that point, you know, because I was fucking going off. And so she comes back, and I said, you know, can you get my stuff out of the room? Because she said he was asleep. I wonder fucking what got him to sleep. So she said, yeah, I'll go get your stuff for you. And I said, do you want to come with me to the hotel room? Because I am scared for your safety after he just did that. She said, yes. I said, can you stay with me as I call the cops? And she said, I don't think you should call the cops. I said, why? You know, like, why shouldn't I? He just assaulted me. He just almost killed me and Xander. And she said, I think you're just going to get him in more trouble and make him more angry and kill him in the process.
Jesus Christ, what a perfect storm of a fucking manipulator that is.
Yeah.
You're going to make life hard for him because I know you still have feelings for him. You're going to get him killed. And so everything's moving you away from some sort of meaningful action that would actually be good for you.
Yeah. And of course, I don't want him to die. I still cared about him. And I won't say I loved him, because obviously that devotion I had.
It's kind of debatable. Well, like that was ever love,
because it wasn't equal. It was never reciprocated. So I think
it's pretty clear that he never loved you.
Yeah. But so we end up going to the hotel. I'm just fucking bawling my eyes out to her, saying, you know, how could he do that to me? I can't believe he did that. I thought he loved me, and I love him, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And, you know, all this shit, I'm being super vulnerable with her. And she saw all of this happen. Like, she saw him grab me by the throat. She's admitted to it on texts and shit. And I have those texts and I've put them out there. And she still denies that this happened. And then she tells me, you know, oh, get some sleep. And then in the morning, she's frantically packing up. I'm like, are you okay? Like, what's wrong? She said, your boyfriend's a dick and I'm going back to New York. I'm like, oh, do you want me to like walk you to the Uber? Like, make sure you're safe? She's, no, I'm just going. So I was under the impression she went back to New York. What do I see later that day during the Trump rallies? Fucking May and Ralph together live streaming.
No, she was just making her excuses to get
She
out
was
of the
making
hotel
her
room.
excuses. Well, and so I texted her and I was like, what the fuck? And she said, well, I needed a ride and he said he was going to drive me, but there was too much traffic. So I just decided, literally. And so, and then I start texting Ralph and basically say, like, look, I still care about you. And I think what happened was because you were too drunk and I want to see you get better and I want you to see you get over the alcoholism. I'm still trying to give this fucker a chance because I cared that much and wanted to see him get better. And he said, oh, can we meet up? I said, yeah, let's like meet up at that place. I had bruises on my neck. Like one tiny one from his thumb. And then there was another one, I think, from his
thumb.
Because his thumb held so tight. Because he basically did it like I'm trying to think of like a bear grip or some shit on my neck.
Okay, Faith, move on. People are going to clip that and make memes about it. You mentioned thumb. Please go.
Great. But I had a bruise on my neck. I know. And so he says, when he sees the bruise, because I showed him, he's like, oh, did I leave any marks on you? And he said, oh, yeah, it looks like I got you there. That was his response.
What?
Looks like I got you there.
Yeah. He didn't say sorry. He didn't say, I didn't mean to. He didn't say, please forgive me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't take the baby. Like, he didn't do what, like, a normal, rational person would do. He was just like, I think you should go back home. I fucking wonder why.
The reason you escaped all that in the end is because you realized that wasn't what normal people do, which was obviously the opposite of his intention.
Well, and I realized it wasn't normal, and I wanted to protect Xander. Because had I not been pregnant, and this is really depressing to say, had I not been pregnant, had I not had the responsibility to another life inside of me, I don't think I would have left because I hated myself that much.
Well, what about now? What do you think your perspective on what like a normal relationship is between a man and a woman?
Definitely.
Do you think it's better now?
Definitely. Now that I've gotten therapy and I'm on medication and all that is over and I've cut contact and all that, my understanding of what like a healthy relationship is versus that nightmare is completely night and day. So
yeah, well,
unironically, I would
go to the opposite extreme, but it is like from the way you describe it, like your instincts kicked in, and it like may have actually saved your life.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, and again, like just the absolute state of my mentality at that point was basically at that point I was like, the reason I like drank so much and the reason I did drugs so much, because people are like, well, why'd you do it then? Because I hated myself.
And you hated yourself because you had been molested and traumatized.
Yeah. And I figured I'm not worth anything, so why not just party my life to the point that...
Yeah, and it's a thing that, like, because, unfortunately, modern society wants people to be victimized.
Yeah.
I mean, they want you to cut off your dick or your tits and turn into a parody of the opposite gender. That, like people don't realize, like, this phenomenon. Like, the powers that be aren't interested in helping people who are victims, or understanding victimization, or explaining what a victim is going through,
or overcoming it. Yeah, it's more of romanticizing this terrible coping mechanism. We've romanticized characters and stuff like in media who have trauma and stuff, but then do terrible things because of said trauma. I mean, look at Ralph and how he idolizes like BoJack, you know?
In a better and more ordered society, like the sort of abuse you went through would have actually been and was back in the day, like in the 60s and 70s, that sort of thing. The sort of abuse that you went through would have been national news.
Oh yeah, no.
But now it's just every day, and you're just another victim, just another, well, would have been
statistic.
Silent victim, just another statistic.
Yeah, no, and I'm not the only person I know that's gone through kind of shit like this.
And that's a sad thing. That's a sad thing.
Yeah,
you can literally go through any
age.
community, like what's left of it, and you can find victim and victim and victim and victim.
Yeah. But you know, that's why I ended up leaving. Ultimately, I know a lot of people think how sad it is I got pregnant so early and all that. And like, yeah, I regret that I've ultimately given my son an unstable upbringing in senses of like father figures and stuff like that.
I think your instincts are correct. I think you'll be a good mom.
But yeah, ultimately, it's hard to regret having what saved my life. And, you know, what brings joy to my family. And, you know, he's definitely like my little miracle baby, or, you know, whatever you want to say.
Yeah,
Well,
the thing that
it's going to be up to you how you explain. Well, like when he has questions, it's going to be up to you how you answer that. But you know, I hope he comes up to and be a good boy that makes you proud.
Yeah, and I have no doubt. Like he's
the good thing for him
very
is that
happy.
he's got a lot of supportive people.
Yeah,
Much better family situation.
Yeah, you know, he's got tons of male role models. He is adored by everyone in his family. You know, he's got 2 great grandmas and a grandma, and you know, he's spoiled as fuck. You know, so you know
he wasn't named Gator.
He wasn't named Gator.
That might have helped.
But yeah, like that's kind of the explanation of that night and why I left. You know, it was just a shitty situation all around.
It's just like one snowball after another, because you get to the night in September and it just all kind of downhill. That November election.
Gator, you got something going on there. You're roboting hard, mate.
Hang on, let me mess with this setting.
Gator. You're roboting out on the show, Gator.
He is actually roboting on the show.
Shut up, Ryan. I'm talking to Gator.
Well, just a second here. Look, Faith, I want to thank you very much for sharing. Like what was the you know, like the sort of penultimate story of how all that worked out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you mind if we threw you a whole bunch of questions from the audience?
Go ahead.
Okay, I fixed it. It should be a little better now.
Yeah, you're way better now. All right.
My internet was skipping out, I think.
5-star audio, Gator.
All right, so
that's right.
We have a question here asked 2 hours ago.
Oh
my God.
I feel so bad.
from Indigenous saying South. I can't. Maybe I'm getting a little drunk. I opened up the botanical project passion fruit and coconut gin. It's delicious.
You were supposed to only drink that we got paid for it.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, could we spare Faith from another fucking alcoholic, please?
Well,
like dunk of the night.
Every time she comes around a man, it's like, oh, mate, I'm fucking drunk. It's like, can she just have a break?
Yeah, but I'm the fun drunk because I literally can't do anything to it.
That's true.
All right, so Indigenous. He asked this question: Faith, how tall is Ralph compared to you?
He is barely taller than me. And I am 5'5".
Well, okay, I guess we can confirm that he's not actually 5'1".
Oh.
Well, I'm like 5'7", and with Ralph's like lift shoes, he was like maybe half an inch taller than me. So he's got to be like 5'6",
Oh yeah,
5'5",
this is
5'4".
yeah. This is without his lift shoes, barely taller than me.
So he wears lift shoes to roll up on his own crew.
Yup.
Well,
Yeah, he was wearing them in Knoxville. You could see.
Honestly, it's better to just own your own height. That's as tall as God made you.
Yeah, that's why I call myself a hobbit. I'm just like, yeah, we'll go to the Shire. We'll have second breakfast.
Yeah, well, the Hobbit gets to go to the anime Shire, and people are like actually glad to see him. Which is something we didn't actually have time to get into today, so that's fine. But
Because they don't have second breakfast, Pete.
Second breakfast? It comes in pints?
They have pints here? I'm getting one.
Hey, can we do Irish? I've been working on my Irish lately.
No. All right, Dr. Tetanus sent this in. Someone please ask about Dick Masterson, and the underage drinking the week Ralph brought her and fake vax cards.
Well, we didn't fake vax cards because you didn't need vax cards at the time because it was June 2020. So at the time, no vaccine.
The summer of love. In quotation marks.
Yeah, Dick knew I was underage drinking. He encouraged it. He supplied the alcohol at his house, at least. But basically, his thought process was, it doesn't count if I'm not serving her, so Ralph can serve her. So Ralph poured me my drinks. Obviously, that's not how it works, especially in California.
No. Because I come from Australia and the drinking age is 18, I literally have no moral judgment on this, aside from the fact that you're obviously violating the law of the land, as rightly or wrongly of what it is.
The other thing was that I don't have a lot of thoughts on Dick. I mean, he was kind of weird, I guess, not talkative weird. He just
didn't make any moves or anything like that.
The one weird thing was when I was leaving, I had we were saying bye to everyone and we're giving hugs and stuff, but he was shirtless, and so I didn't.
You had to engage in his hairy chest.
Please let her finish this.
Well, so I don't like hugging people. I don't. I feel bad, but I don't like it. Let alone that Ralph was pushing me to hug Dick without his shirt on. It felt weird.
Imagine clipping that out of context.
So I didn't. Those are my thoughts, really. Is Dick was just kind of weird, and I don't necessarily know how I feel about a dude who's literally my dad's age witnessing all of this.
Mr. Dickers.
Oh no,
Mr. Dickers! Run with it, everybody.
Dickers.
Now, Ralph claimed that Dick would get me a fake ID. This never happened, but he claimed that Dick would do this.
Apparently, he didn't need one because he was so old. They were just handing him.
Oh no! Right? In California, they carded me. DC, they never did. Wow. I don't know why.
Imagine being stuck in California and having to be sober. That sounds like a special kind of hell.
Did you know that DC stands for Don't Card? She laughed.
That might be it.
Thank you, Faith.
It was a sympathy laugh. Don't give yourself too much of a credit, Dingo.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the thoughts on Dick.
Thoughts on Dick?
Do you think about Dick a lot?
Next question. What are your thoughts about Dick?
How often do you think about Dick?
What?
Is Dick hairy?
Do not give a serious answer to that. But we do have another question for you. Okay, look, I'm sure the answer is no, but someone did actually send in $5 for this. Does Ralph have a poster of Jim Medica over his bed? Just say yes.
Okay, no, but I would not be shocked if that has changed.
Should have said yes for the memes. But okay.
Just for the memes. All right, $1 from Hyphen. Is Faith saying that Ethan Ralph was a Discord groomer?
Don't say it's libel. Don't say yes. That's libel.
I wouldn't say strictly Discord.
Just say make your own conclusion.
Oh no, it was a
You can
he
make
was a
your own-
holistic
yeah.
groomer. Yeah.
You know what? You can make your own conclusions, but definitely if you spend time going through Discord and text message and Twitter and WhatsApp to message a high schooler when you're 34, it raises some eyebrows.
That's a little sus, Amogus.
Yeah.
That's a nice claim, Senator. How about you back it up with the source?
The source says I made it the fuck up!
What is Walmart? It's heaven, Raiden.
I'm laughing too much.
Raiden, you gotta get on Twitter. Fuck, I hate this website.
Fuck, I hate this website.
Alright, so from Terry. We all learnt about how great the mulatto killers of Italy and Spain were, but no one knows about the Empire of Sweden in the 1600s. If only they had more infantry, we'd all be speaking Swedish. Oh, you have 30,000 troops? I have a mere 5,000. Prepare to get wrecked. Lol, that's actually how it played out. Sorry, sorry, Faith. Occasionally we have people we refer to as tragically autistic. And the things they send in may have absolutely no relevance to what we're talking about.
All good.
In fact, he continues. It's hard to find a based picture of Swedish troops in the 16,000s, despite the fact they dominated the Baltics for centuries. You know, as pertaining to the discussion we've had for the last 3 hours. Like, your insight on basic Swedish infantry formation, Faith, was... It was chef's kiss. You know, I did find a picture of their grenadiers, and what I understand, they were very good at their job. Terry, why are you like this? All right, here's a picture. Here's a picture of Swiss grenadiers. Wow. Exactly what Faith saw when she went to Vegas. All right, next up, the vile delinquent. Okay, we can basically just discount what he says.
No. His dog just died. Please read his thing. Shout out to you, Vile.
All right, he says.
Hey, that's not funny.
I already retweeted it.
He's a friend of the show.
He's a fucking idiot. That's what he is. He says, lol, Paul Gator just chilling at home watching anime while suddenly he gets a call of Ralph screaming at another screaming at him about rape. I read that out verbatim. That's what he sent in.
Wait, read that again? I didn't quite... Oh, you gotta add...
yeah, did I mention that Vile's a fucking idiot and then I read out something completely nonsensical?
Randbot's
yeah, I was trying to process that. I was like, wait.
Okay, what? I read it verbatim. I'll read it verbatim again.
You can't even say verbatim.
Verbatim. Do you know what verbatim even means, Dingo?
Yeah, it means word for word.
Yes. LOL.
Any more brain busters?
Yeah, I've got a brain
God,
buster
please,
for you.
let's continue. Let's continue.
Let's continue.
Dingo walks into a 7-Eleven and gets himself an unsweetened tea. That's a fucking brain buster.
All right, we can jump over this now. Let's proceed. Come on, look.
Read more dings.
Hang on, why's Faith dropped out of the chat?
Her internet died. You have to add her back.
Okay,
yeah.
there we go.
There we go.
My internet fucked up.
No, it's
real
okay.
bad.
Like I thought, like just one exposure to a vile delinquent super chat, like just compelled you to go, fuck this, I'm going home.
Wait.
Which given your demonstrated tolerance for abuse, like really says something about like just how much I hate vile delinquent.
Dude, I grew up with 4 brothers, so.
Faith, don't.
Yeah, but not all of them
Let
are
him read
retarded like vile delinquent is. I hope. You see, that's the funny thing, Dingo. You were defending vile delinquent,
God,
and then I read this out. Like,
Can we please move on?
Oh my God.
All right, we're going to move on. And by move on, I mean, like, I'm going to completely move on beyond Vile Delinquent's tweet because he's a retard. All right. No Lives sent in $25 and says, that was heart-wrenching. I'm glad that you got out from under the gun.
I'm glad I got out too.
That's an evergreen statement too, for literally anybody.
Well, and like one thing I've been told like a lot is that I just seem like a lot more of a happy person since all of this. So I guess that's one benefit.
All right. Okay. Pinochet's commie helicopter sent in a millionth of a Libra coin again, but I'll read this out because I will charge him later. Like he will actually pay for this. I'll be deducting these questions from when people rack him up dollars in the future. He says, does Faith think Ralph has brain damage from his beating in Portugal?
I definitely think that something traumatic happened, and either it may be brain damage or it could even be mental, but something so traumatic happened during that beating that it's, I suspect either brain damage or even just the trauma of almost fucking dying like that. I mean, he had his orbital bone broken. That's not like an easy surgery, you know?
Yeah, I know. His eyes are all googly now.
So it's like, I don't know if it's the trauma of almost dying or brain damage or what, but it's certainly something from that attack has launched him into a further spiral. So.
It's definitely made him a lot worse than what he was.
Yeah, he's a lot more reactionary now.
I actually had a moment of recollection, Gator, recently. Someone sent this in, and I think they were being sincere. They said that, like Ralph today is not. Well, we already know that Ralph today is not the same as Ralph of yesteryear. But they're saying like 2018 Ralph was a completely different person from modern day Ralph. Now, I get that in terms of like his presentation, but like from the stories I hear, like Ralph was always a piece of shit. He just presented better.
I'd say when it comes to streaming stuff, I think there was a period of time where Ralph was kind of a piece of shit. Like during the height of Gamergate, like you could kind of see that Ralph was kind of a drunk spurg that would like have these constant blow-ups, these constant meltdowns. He was constantly getting into new feuds with people, constantly creating all of these enemies, and then he goes to jail. And then he comes out, and then it seems like jail had actually changed him, and so a lot of people that didn't like him gave him a bit of a second chance. But then, of course, you know, the humility wears off, and he goes back to same old Ralph, getting into feuds, making enemies, having meltdowns, doing drugs, and so it's a vicious cycle that he just can't seem to break.
Yeah.
And now it's up to 11 because whatever happened in Portugal has just, like, beaten what few neurons he had left into submission, and now he's just a rage pig.
And personally, I think part of the issue is honestly May. She encourages a lot of this kind of behavior. Like, I don't know what like her alternative goal is, but she like feeds into these delusions of his, and it's just like it's like watching two abusers go back and forth at each other.
Well, let's ask the big
and
question,
trying to talk.
because like I understand like they're both super predators and they've found themselves like sort of cringe. What do you think is that magnetism that locked them together? Because people were mystified by this initially. Like, like Ralph is Ralph. So why did she like seem to like go head over heels for him?
Because she doesn't actually care about him. It's all
She monkey branched to him because she destroyed Digibro and turned him into a tranny.
I suspect it's because she saw she had something to gain from him. And it's like, I don't know, she gets off on like destroying people. Like there's something off with her when it comes to treating people the way she has. Like I said, she manipulated both me and Ralph at the same time, telling us completely different things. But the thing that confuses me is when Ralph had to basically like choose between us, and I kept showing him time and time and time again her lies, he still took her side and defended her over me. Like the point that I snapped and like blocked her and stopped talking
you mean
to her.
her self-interest was always on top of any other concern. How strange.
Oh, definitely. But like when I stopped talking to her, it was because that night of when she was like, oh, Ralph needs to get a paternity test. You know, like when she was going off and drunk and they were going to Phoenix, but they told me they weren't going to go to Phoenix together.
What, she said this in front of you? Like when you
She said it on stream. She said it on stream.
Okay.
And that pissed me off. Because I was like, she's humiliating me, and you're both humiliating me. You're both going.
You mean it pissed you off when she'd implied that you'd been going out and cheating on other men when you literally couldn't get out of the fucking house?
Exactly. Yeah. No. And that.
Yeah, I find that insulting too.
When it upset me. It upset me because, again, it was the same, oh, I'm your friend. Like, oh, my God. So you know that clip where Ralph grabs her thigh? And they're, like, in Atlanta, right?
I haven't got it.
Oh, yeah, the hot Atlanta trip with May and Pei that he, like, tried to make a big deal.
I was infuriated because this was days after I left D.C., This was days after he assaulted me, and while we were trying to fix our shit and like be like, oh, let's go to therapy and like work on ourselves so that we can have a happy family. And instead, he goes to Atlanta with May and Pei, and he starts doing this shit. And when I texted him a screenshot of that, and I said, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" He and May both started gaslighting me big time, going, how could you believe other people over your friend and your lover and your boyfriend and the father of your child? Like, how could you believe other people over us? It wasn't anything sexual. Trust me. Like, that kind of shit.
Don't believe your lying eyes, Goyam.
So basically over the time, May kept pushing this shit more and more. So finally, when she said that comment on the Phoenix stream, going like, you need to get a paternity test. Oh my God. I had enough and I blocked her. And then Ralph got angry at me because I blocked her and said, I've had enough of her shit. She's not allowed near the baby. Because I didn't want that toxicity around my kid. And then I found out about the lolly stuff. And it sickened me more. So it solidified my decision.
Yeah, that shit. I didn't realize. See, I remember whenever he had her on the kill stream as a guest, I actually called in and I was like disgusted with her. And I made a couple of really good jokes at her expense, right? And then when he started dating her after you, I did not put two and two together that was the girl that was on the show for a while. And then once I realized it, I was like, what the fuck do I do? Like, I realized it literally on air with him during one of the sunrise things during the daytime. And I was like, what do I do right now? And anyways, it was just very, very odd. And she just sounds like she's going to destroy everything she touches, man. And I don't blame you for not wanting your kid around her.
Yeah, because she likes it. She likes destroying.
If I caught her like within a couple of blocks of my kid, I'd beat her ass like she were a man. Like, I'd be like, what the fuck? You think you're going to draw my kid? Get the fuck out of here. Like, that's disgusting.
I said that shit as soon as I blocked her, too. So it's like not anything new that I don't want her around and I don't ever want to talk to her. I sent one last message I sent to her was when her grandma died. And I said, even though we've had our quarrels, and even though I don't like you that much, and you've been really mean to me and everything, I'm sorry for the passing of your grandma, and I hope you and your, because this is when she was pregnant, and I said, I hope you and the baby are okay. She blocked me after that. So I don't think she liked it. But I mean, yeah, like I genuinely think she like enjoys hurting people. And
she made a whole fucking video seething because I called her out about her fucking lolly shit on the
yeah. Yeah, no, there's something not right.
Oh, I hope there's many more seething videos to come. In fact, I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, we'll see.
I just briefly, checking in on the clippers, the people who like to do little clips and bits throughout the stream. Oh, I think we've hurt some feelings tonight.
Oh no,
there's gonna be some peak holler, I think.
Oh no, what will he do? Will he stream on the weekend again? Will he call me a pedophile again?
Is he gonna break the DVRO again?
I think that's almost a guarantee at this point. DVR domestic violence.
Faith's an expert into the into the Gunt mindset, so I might run this one past her. Do you know why Ralph is calling me a pedophile, Faith?
He calls everyone a pedophile, and like he does it with everyone. Like I mean, not like, again, it's not just like an online thing. He does this like in person.
Despite the fact that he finds himself surrounded and has no problem surrounding himself with pedophiles?
I think it's because it's literally like the worst thing you can call somebody.
It's literally just an insult. Like it has no meaning.
Rapidly,
to him.
yeah.
To him, it's
rapidly becoming like the right-wing version of calling somebody a Nazi. It's getting retarded.
Yeah, but like,
it's
like
not even the right-wing version of calling a Nazi.
What about the girl he's with?
Well, like without getting too political, like because you aren't allowed to attack anyone else ideologically from a conservative standpoint, except for the pedophile thing. That's all they're left with. But that's the
first thing.
But the only reason it works is because so many people on the left are actually unambiguous pedophiles. It's actually kind of retardedly working, at least for now.
To him, it has no meaning, and how you know it has no meaning is just how he treats the victims he knows. And how they...
Yeah, or like Chagger just straight up admits to being a pedophile in front of him, and his girlfriend's like hands are shaking, like, get me away from this creep, and he doesn't give a fuck.
Well, and not only that, but like, and like, again, I've been very open about the Kerr shit, and that I've been very traumatized by it. That dude was a pedophile. I was a victim of his pedophilia. Ralph claims this.
The mother of his first child was a victim of a pedophile. There you go.
Ralph's claimed, not only publicly but privately, that this doesn't count as trauma. That that I'm just a whore for it and everything.
Oh, so your trauma doesn't count. Okay.
And privately,
and based on because you're inconveniencing him personally.
Yeah. And privately,
I'm picking up
he
what
said
you're putting
this,
down.
and privately, he said the same exact thing, but like he said it basically by saying, "I think you just wanted to have your cake and eat it too."
You were being groomed by a pedophile.
Yeah,
a literal pedophile.
Wait, hang on. Let me
if
run
you're
that
fat,
through the...
Don't use that analogy.
Let me run that through the translation box. Like, you probably enjoyed that, you little slut.
Exactly. That's what he thought.
Rambot,
and has.
I can tell you why he's calling you a pedophile if you want.
Well, I would rather. I would explain to you why he's calling me a pedophile. But
I know exactly like what he uses. He's dishonestly using a clip where you were drunkenly talking about like your escapades when you were in high school with same aged girls as you, high school age.
Okay,
you were so drunk that you did it.
Yeah, but
that was the clip. I heard it.
The whole thing. Okay. Well, I didn't even remember that. That was back in the streamy days in 2018. I did recount some of my teenage adventures.
I'm trying to like tell the story to kind of exonerate you, and you're not even letting me. But he played the
15,
clip.
2 15-year-olds are like doing
That's
stuff
cool.
like not pedophiles. But yeah, go ahead.
Randbot, yep, Randbot doesn't care.
No, go ahead, faggot. Oh, god damn it!
No.
Report it. Report it. No, I'm just saying when he played the clip. Like, you were so drunk that you were doing a bad job with your pronouns and tenses. And so he dishonestly made it sound like you were talking about, as a grown man, you were hooking up with some 16-year-old, but you were talking about when you were in high school. And that never changes throughout the conversation. And he took a little soundbite of it and made it very dishonestly sound like you were preying on high school age children. If you left out the part where you said you were in high school.
Well, if you bought into that, then you'd have to be some sort of bloody idiot, right?
You'd have to be a groper, probably.
Well, see, this is the problem, is that, like...
Well, hang on, no, here's the thing.
Anybody believes...
No, let me tell you what, you know, like you got to understand, no, there's a certain human aspect to deliberately wanting to go along with something that you already know is a lie. Who didn't hook up in high school? Oh, every single member of America First.
I can tell he doesn't shut up.
And they're proud of it.
Yeah, well, now they're proud of it because, like, what do you do what do you do when you got a critical mass of people who have some fundamental flaw? They turn their flaw into something they're proud of. Sorry for talking over you. Go ahead.
Good luck, Faith.
Well, but here's the weird thing that I find with that group is then you get people that do stand for their beliefs. So, like, for example, my parents have only ever been with each other. They've been married for over 20 years. I think it's almost 25. I can't remember for sure. And, you know, they've had 5 kids with just each other. They've raised the kids all together in a Christian household and everything. But because they're against Ralph, it doesn't count anymore. And suddenly they aren't like what they keep preaching about. It's just absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to personality cults.
Yeah, no, it's just.
Well, this is what happens, is that people get in all these disparate groups, and then if you're in group A and they make up something about somebody in group B, everybody in group A just immediately believes it and spreads it, regardless of its veracity, regardless if the claim can even be proven, just because they're like, fuck group B, we don't like these people.
Exactly.
And this is getting to such a hilarious extreme on the internet now that it's like it's even less heterosexual than dancing street gangs. Okay? We're West Side Storying this shit to 11, and it's getting fucking absurd.
Oh, I got news for you about dancing street gangs, Skater. Remember the last time we covered a dancing street gang guy? Yeah, he's in jail now.
Gazi Kodzo?
Yeah, he was molesting kids.
Ah, fucking yes! Oh, wait, no, not yes that he was molesting kids. I'm just
Dingo,
yes that he was in jail.
Wait.
Yeah, he got
yes
done.
that he's in jail. I'm happy that he's in jail.
Yikes.
Now, you all know about...
That's not going to sound good on a clip. That's not going to sound good at all.
You all know about
Dingo.
you all know about the trans.
Shut up, Gator. Fuck you, okay?
I know you boys know about the trans black I'm talking about. Yeah, he got done. He's in jail now.
I'm glad he's in jail, and that's the only thing I'm glad about to clarify. Okay, God, it's going to sound terrible. I'm going to be hearing that on Twitter.
Yeah, now you're a pedophile.
Faith, don't give him that soundbite. What are you doing?
To be fair, I laughed while saying
no one believes Faith.
Yeah, no one believes me about anything.
No. Nobody believes sound bites anymore.
Oh, yeah,
that's not true. I formed my whole world opinion on sound bites.
Well, look, nobody who's not a fucking retard that no one else gives credence to, like, believes sound bites anymore. And funny thing, if listening to the latest Strike and Mike, you know, you want to talk about what do they call it? Diminishing returns. Diminishing returns? You're familiar with that concept, yeah?
Oh, yes, obviously.
Yes. Well, Stryker was talking about that. So remember, it used to be a big thing, like get involved in political activism, lose your job forever, be economically destroyed forever, and that was holding a lot of people back. Well, Stryker was talking about how a lot of guys in the movement now are like, they'll get doxxed. Their life is supposed to be over. They get picked up again in the next couple of weeks. It's not working anymore.
Yeah, dude, look at me. I'm literally rich now. And I've been fired how many times for racisms?
You're only rich because you went and bought all those monkey NFTs, you fucking freak.
Hey, who cares how you do it? I just want to clarify, but Randbot said Gazi Kodzo is in prison. And it was at that point I started my yes! But before I got the yes started, even though it was started in my head, not out of my mouth, he goes, he was molesting kids real fast. And so it sounded like I was happy about, you fucked me, Randbot. You fucking fucked me.
Now they're going to clip that. I mean...
Good. You know what? Randbot's gay. With me.
Okay, let's continue reading questions.
Yeah, no,
we got questions.
I'm taking you down with me, you piece of shit.
What happened? Ran in your sleep?
Ran.
I'm fucking fully awake, Pawn.
You gonna raise the next day?
I literally said I just had to mute myself. My wife popped her head in the room to remind me. I forgot. I thought.
And you punched it.
No, I thought this was the other day. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I'm back from the brutal fucking beating of my wife. She just popped her head in and reminded me that I am actually going to a birthday party in 15 minutes. All right. If you guys want to keep punching on, is there a way we can keep this on? Pond, you can turn off the restream, right?
What?
You are able to turn off the restreamer. You've got the login, right?
How do I turn off? I don't think I can.
I don't actually know either. Now that I think about it, but I thought we could cut it off at the restreamer, and you guys could like keep talking.
It runs off your OBS basically.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, before we do that, can I just tell Faith in a public
yeah, but here's the thing. Like,
don't worry about it, Randbot. Go ahead.
Yeah. How about I go on because I'm the fucking host of the stream and I have to go on.
No, yeah, I know. It's just not normal whenever you do it like halfway through a sentence.
How about I fucking go on, Dingo?
You should just say, guys, I'm only going to talk while you're talking, and then we will know that that's what's coming.
I'm fairly sure I'm allowed to say this on YouTube. Dingo, you fucking cocksucker.
Yeah, I think that one's still safe. I think that one's pretty safe.
Yeah, all right. Well, hang on. Look, Gator is still up. If you want to take this over to Gator time.
Can I just tell Faith something before we leave?
I don't know if I want to risk my channel, Rand. I'm sorry, but
Gator, we've been good.
Dingo, if you want to fire this up
Rand
on Odyssey,
hasn't.
Dingo, do you want to fire this up on Odyssey? You guys already have the link. This thing just works as long as everyone has a link. You can keep the StreamYards and everything. But yeah, I gotta go. I gotta.
If you're going, I'm going.
Yeah, I have to go to a friend's.
Let's not drag it out.
Birthday party in about 30 minutes.
We've been streaming for 8 hours, so it's okay.
Yeah, I think we're good. Well, Faith, I just want to tell you, Faith, I didn't.
Here.
Oh, God damn it!
Yeah, it's my show, Dingo. Fuck you.
I'm disappointed I didn't get to argue with Polyfrog about why.
Well, you can. He looks like he's keen to slap on. Like we can organize that. But yeah, so
he actually Polly wanted that too.
Right. So for all the YouTube denizens, like if you liked what you heard, migrate over to like Odyssey, Shing, or Post TV for the regular shows. We start at 6:30 Eternal Seppo time, otherwise known as Eastern Standard Time. where we do a show every day except for Tuesdays and Wednesdays, which is my day of rest, because even like the Lord himself, on a day he rested. And
Sorry, Spen. Even for you, Ryan won't stream on his day off. He needs them.
I have streamed on my day off. I broke that principle. I've been tempted into that before and eternally regretted it.
We bullied the shit out of Rand until he started streaming, and then we didn't even show up.
Yeah, well, anyway, we have a thing. I just want to very quickly run through these questions, which are directly addressed at our dear guests. And Faith, I want to say, like, thank you very much for.
I'm going to interrupt this
being
like you did
a
mine.
huge champ and coming on and doing this.
Oh, it's no problem.
Which is why I'm instantly going to regret reading out this thing that was sent in for $1.
Oh, Jesus.
Ask Faith if Ralph fucked Pay too.
I have no idea, but I would not be shocked because she stayed with him for a couple of days when May was gone.
Ooh, juicy, juicy.
And the one above that is May's endgame to turn Ethan Ralph into Athena. She did it to Digi, bro. She turned him trans.
I hope not.
The full name, Athena Rachel.
No, I think you can. I think Oliver you can use as like either a he or she.
Olivia.
Olivia.
Yeah.
Athena, Oliver, Ralph.
Oliver, you mean like Olive her?
Olive her. Yeah.
Faith, before you came on tonight, I didn't really know what to think about you, okay? But now that I've talked to you, I find you to be a genuine, sympathetic character,
Yeah, she's
and I feel like
great.
you kind of got the shit end of the
She's
stick whenever it
fantastic.
comes to your first couple of relationships, and I really wish you luck in life in the future, and hopefully, everything works out for you, and you will have a lot of happy days ahead, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you, Rambot.
Yeah. I'm helping.
And I help.
Yeah, no, like Dingo, Dingo very much agrees with me. Like, I wish you, I wish you joy, in motherhood.
Thank you. I am a fucking sweetheart, despite what people think.
You've just been through a lot of shit. We get it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like,
We got another
Yeah, it
question.
sounds like it.
here. What does Ralph say about his stream and his audience if he ever said anything to you?
oh,
Drunk.
he fucking hates his audience.
Oh, wow.
I
Wow,
know you're gonna
imagine
say
a
it.
long-standing suspicion confirmed like that.
Yeah, no, he called them a bunch of simps when I confronted him about him streaming May while she was in her bathing suit in Phoenix. And he was like, oh, well, I gotta milk the simps. So, yeah, he fucking hates his audience. He just grifts on whatever he can at the
Yeah,
time.
enjoy that, you gunt guarding F-slurs there in the YouTube chat, who didn't have the guts to turn up on Odyssey. Yeah, you are simps to be milked, as you should have always known you were. All right, he carries on here. He says, drunk and late, he italicized that. Drunk and late, if already addressed, take this ding and play don't stop me no later. Okay, I think he was trailing off there.
Don't stop
I think he was
now.
trailing off into alcoholism at that stage. All right,
It takes
now,
one to know one.
well, exactly. What do you think I instantly knew? You see, my saving grace is that, I may be an alcoholic, but I'm a friendly alcoholic. And, I'll gladly take your money in appreciation of my services, but I don't want your heart and soul. Well, except for the glory of the white race. I do want
He's
that.
kidding, Faith. We hate white people.
Oh, I don't give a fuck.
Holy shit, actually, we had a couple of good ones come in here. Even Ralph sent in another $5 and paid the cover charge too and said, this may come as a surprise to nobody, but Cozy Rosie is actually my child. Pantsu would
Okay.
fly out to West Memphis Asylum for conjugal visits when Ralph would abandon her to go
Conjugal.
hang out.
Conjugal.
Thanks. That was worth the time. Everyone knew what I meant anyway. Obviously, everyone knew what I meant because you came out with a chorus. Anyway, that's what he wrote. Yeah, okay. Very
That's
funny.
distasteful.
Very funny joke. But yeah, no, we do know
It's
who
distasteful.
we do know who Even Routh is. He is Routh's
Very distasteful
brother.
joke.
You know, my wife works with disabled kids in the role as an educator, which is why she fucking hates it when I call her a spud farmer.
That's also distasteful. I disavow that as well. I'd like to distance myself from this unironic, like retarded family shaming. I'm not about it.
No, but that sort of like just being born a spud, like it is fucking tragic.
It is hard. I can tell you that from experience.
All right, $50 from Medical Masochist. Wow. He says, "Thanks for giving me something to watch while the casino is closed." Thank you.
Speaking of, you give them $1,000 and you give Rand 50? Fuck out of here! I'll send you that back. That's an insult.
Well,
No, he won't.
Look, it do be like that. Look, as I always joke.
Hater.
Do you see what a consummate showman and comedian I am? That's why I get paid the small bucks. All right. So Medical Massacre says, "Thank you for giving me something to watch while the casino is closed. Thank you to Faith and everyone sharing this information. It's important people know how much Ralph has gotten away with." Yeah, no, I've got to say, like, today has been a day of revelation. Like, I thought the last Debate Lords was fucking devastating.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, and I didn't even get into like the half of it.
You know what, Faith?
Well, you know what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to have you...
I got her first.
No, I got dibs. But yeah, no,
God.
you're probably going to be entertaining some offers very soon.
Faith, I will give you $1,000 for an hour stream.
No, look, shut up, Dingo.
And I have it.
Shut up, Dingo. Like, here's the thing, Faith. You have actually done very well.
$1,100.
You're actually pretty good at this. So
$1,300.
We would love to have you back.
Fuck it, $5,000.
Even just dropping in casually as a guest. I've thoroughly enjoyed this, and thank you very much for sharing your stories. And by thoroughly enjoying this, I mean, like, some of the stuff we talked about is awful, but I think you get my drift.
I get it, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what to think. I think you did great, and I have to say, as a woman to another woman, you can tell stories pretty well. That's pretty awesome.
The saddest thing about that is I've been.
I'm only interested. I'm only interested inside of my abuse. Like,
Well,
it's
see,
like what you didn't explain it, and you didn't start into go into like start crying or stopping or like let the hurt get to you. You told it as gracefully as you could.
yeah, because I mean, I've already told these stories like a million times, so at this point, there's no point to crying about it anymore.
Yeah, easier through repetition. I understand it.
Yeah.
Some of the stories you
It was a very good.
As a parent myself, I was tearing up a bit.
It was a very good presentation because you don't want your story to go out there and to like to be about the pain.
Yeah, it's to expose the abuse of it, not necessarily like yeah, obviously I'm going to express my feelings at that time.
Yes, of course.
But it's more so like this is like how severe it got.
Yes.
You know, it's not like the soap opera.
Exactly.
That people want it to be.
This is a story that was a long time in coming. Like it should have been told earlier, and it's a devastating blow. Like, in my opinion,
Yes.
I don't think the fat man's going to be able to laugh this one down.
Oh, he.
Long time coming. Are you coming, Rand? Oh, I'm gonna come.
Don't make me play it again. In fact, I don't have time to play it again. So, if you guys want to have an after party, it's up to you. But
No, it's 3 a.m.
I
I'm
have a
going to
very short time.
I'm not.
Very, very going to
I have a
bed.
very
Yeah.
short time to close out. So I'm going to close out with this.
It's been a 9-hour stream.
Yeah, it's been a very long stream, but Faith, well, you know who to get in contact with, and thank you very, very much for dropping in. We'd love to have you again. We'd also love to have your dad.
I almost forgot. Your dad, he predicts a hollering tomorrow. He said, I forecast.
Well, everyone's
hollering.
predicting a hollering tomorrow. Because you know what happened?
Saturday.
You know what happened? Like we didn't even get a chance to go over it today. In fact, like half of our own shit we didn't get a chance to go over today.
Yeah.
But he got fucking wasted on tequila less than 2 hours in and came out with let's just say some all-time kill stream bangers. That are highly embarrassing. But I gotta say, Faith, you blindsided everyone. No one saw you coming, and when Ralph wakes up bleary-eyed tomorrow and find out that like less than an hour after he passed out from tequila,
When he gets all of those text messages from Avon trying to tell him what's happening.
wake up,
he's gonna be-
wake up, wake up, wake up,
Avon
wake up.
fucking hates me.
Oh, it's gonna be a bad day for Ralph, and because Ralph's such a pig, like I can fucking predict exactly what he's gonna do tomorrow. He's gonna do a counter stream,
Yeah.
and he's
Oh my
he's
God.
probably gonna be online before I am because, as I mentioned, because I love my son, I'm going to his soccer match before I start up the stream tomorrow, so I'll be late. So I will see you all tomorrow. After
Going to
my
your son's soccer match is a 5-star day, a real, true 5-star day.
Just
I
like
wish
the,
him
just
luck.
like the 5-star day I had yesterday, where I went out for dinner with my family. You know, like I'm not a rich man. I don't put on pretenses of being a celebrity. But every now and then,
Oh, can I say this also?
going out as a treat with my family to a food court and just having some fun and just talking with my wife and child. That's a 5-star day for me.
Oh,
I had
yeah.
a 5-star
love-
day
Yep.
yesterday.
I
Here's a
love
5-star
going out with
ending.
my family, like especially
Don't-
like with Xander. Like,
Don't think by any means, just because we don't like Ralph and these other people don't like Ralph, that they're cool. Let me just give you a quick list of names that are still completely and totally retarded and
Oh,
gay.
Jesus Christ.
Jaden McNeil, retarded and gay. PPP, fat, retarded and gay. We
Yep.
hate these people still. Doesn't mean they're cool. Okay, we're done.
Oh no, PvP.
I don't hate Jaden.
Well, there was a reason.
I do.
Like you
I hate
guys,
him enough for the both of us.
you guys didn't see it in that chat because you don't see the OBS overlay. But during certain key points of this speech, I was putting text over the top saying, "Hey PvP, how about you lose some weight?" And other things such
Bet
as
he
that.
won't do it.
No, they'll just be forced to play. They'll just be forced to play the audio if they want that clip. All right. Well,
Jaden,
that's it.
if you wanna get back in my good graces, apologize and swear fealty to me. The rules haven't changed, bitch.
All right. Good night, everybody.